Welcome to the NACE Star League studio. We're here with Overwatch 2 here tonight. We got 4 great games with 4 great pairs of varsity teams ready to get their second week off to a brilliant start. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Artie Nerdy Bird Rain to call all of the Overwatch action for you here tonight. And one of the things I like about here tonight, Artie, is not only do we have a pretty fresh new season with us, but we've got a new game mode entering that new season. So to kind of set the stage, I know you had some, let's just say, strong opinions when Push came out. So I almost hesitate to ask you about what your thoughts are on Flashpoint.
Okay, so surprisingly enough, I don't hate it. It has some growing pains that it's not really the devs' fault in any way, shape, or form. It's not the map's fault. It's really just the players, since we're so used to what we've had thus far. It should feel like it's a control point, but it moves at such an astronomical pace that the name Flashpoint makes sense. With that in mind, it really requires an understanding of where you're going, what your goal for specific rotations is going to be, and also what your win condition moving from one point to the next point is, because you have some teams that are like, oh, let's catch the other team in rotation and tries to catch them out quicker, but sometimes that ends up being their Achilles heel. They end up getting eliminated first, and then the other team goes to the control point and is able to cap it. With that in mind, you just have to know, are we pathing to point, or are we pathing to intercept the enemy team, and see which one works out better.
It should be a very fun time watching this new mode, how it makes a splash in the collegiate scene. But we are going to be starting on a much more familiar mode in our first match. Control is going to be first, and let's take a look at the lineup that we have here for tonight. And the first matchup is going to be brought before us. We have got Fisher College versus Central Michigan. We also can see our rosters being brought out here, Nerdy.
For Fisher College, we're going to have Grapha, Sammy, Love, Momentum, and Abs. For the side of Central Michigan, we've got Pasta, 12 Gauge, Gore-Tech, Legends, and Milk. Specifically looking at the Fisher College side, many people are well familiar with Abs, a very consistent player, someone that we are not new to seeing. However, most of this roster is going to be making their NACE Star League debut today for our fall series. On the side of Central Michigan, really looking forward to seeing what the DPS bring forward, and I'm also going to be keeping a close eye on both 12 Gauge and Pasta's performance.
If I were to really sum up how I feel about tonight is a battle of titans, if you will. In Hearthstone, another Blizzard game, the current expansion is Titans. This is Overwatch Titans, because we've got Fisher College, which is always a very formidable school to go up against. We've got Boise State here later tonight, and they were the fall 2022 champions. So we got a lot of really huge championship-level teams battling tonight. Of course, we have the one wrinkle that you were saying with Fisher College. We have kind of the veteran player Abs that we all know can really make those great plays, but how is the new roster going to fit in? I currently understand that Central Michigan right now is at 1-1, where Fisher's at 1-0. So fairly similar records for the teams. A lot to be decided during the season going forward. But I think tonight could be it could be the start of a greater story that we see unfold throughout the fall.
And also, you got to keep in mind, like, it's the first major Overwatch broadcast of the entire week of our entire NACE season, and so you got to show up and show off a little bit and set the bar really high. I mean, Rocket League came out really strong yesterday, with our first game being a full 5-game map series. So hopefully, Overwatch can give us the same type of treatment, and we bring it out as long as possible for match 1.
Oh, yeah, I'm still remembering the long night we had last night. We had very long overtimes in Rocket League. A lot of the games went a full 5. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. I think the best we can hope for Overwatch is that we see the full slate of modes come out before us: Control, Hybrid, Flashpoint, Push, and Escort. I'm just most wondering how the teams are going to advance to Flashpoint, because the one thing I was reading about it before the broadcast started is just how massive the new stages are, because you got to have all that extra space. And you got my mind jogging. I don't know if people can see at home, but Nerdy right now is wearing Lucio sneakers right now. And so I'm wondering how, in all these new stages, how all the movement ability, the speed boost that Lucio can give you, how that's going to come into play.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Lucio, since the start of Overwatch 2, really hasn't gotten the treatment that other characters, other supports have had, which is, they get really powerful and then they get nerfed. Or there's so much power creep going on, it feels like the power of that hero is just non-existent. Whereas Lucio, you can pretty much build a lot of comps around Lucio, and there are teams that will strictly build those comps around Lucio, because that speed, especially on maps like Flashpoint, you don't run Lucio, yeah, you can run a Symmetra, you could theoretically run both, but that Lucio speed, because you're walking 108 meters from your spawn to that next point, is absolutely paramount to understand and utilize in order to make it there on time.
And this is what I was talking about, the Titan lineup that we have tonight. We're, of course, starting out with Central Michigan versus Fisher College. Next, we'll have Mizzou versus South Florida.
And then we have Old Dominion taking on Boise State, followed by South Dakota School of Mines and Nebraska Omaha for our final game of the evening.
A marathon lineup of 4 great Overwatch games ready to be broadcast to you live from our Varsity-League studio. Now, you were talking just a little bit about Lucio, but let's just touch base on what sort of heroes we might see going through tonight. What would catch your eye most as the match starts? Because obviously we got a lot of good choices. We've got Zarya with an even longer bubble now. So what are you looking for?
Well, I mean, you can build compositions around Zarya with the increased bubble size, the increased charge you get, because it has extra health now as well. You can also build compositions around JQ. She's extremely powerful with the recent buffs that she got. She basically has a one-shot combo again. Love seeing it. Her sustain is grotesque, so building compositions around a sustain with JQ, absolutely awesome. Battle Kettle got a slight nerf, but not enough to fully see her out of the meta, and we could see that more of attrition composition come out more than once tonight.
Well, we have everything lined up. We will be ready to bring you the match as soon as it starts here live tonight in the Varsity-League studio. Overall, if you're to take a look at the control maps that we have before us, because oftentimes it is concrete set. You know, we're going to start out on this particular control stage. But since we're discussing everything else about the meta, the heroes that might show up, what do you want to see before we actually see it in game?
I want to see Busan. I would love to see Busan, but it's most likely Li Jing.
Oh, it's Antarctica. Okay, we have been had, but that's going to be the stage we're starting out on. Which of the 3 would you most like to see starting?
Honestly, I'm not the hugest fan of Antarctica to begin with, so the one that we're looking at right now, probably my favorite out of all of them. However, it's been out of rotation for about a week now, and immediately when the buffs hit, it's going to be intriguing to see how the players actually handle this. It was out of rotation because both Oasis and this map have jump pads, and they weren't working. They completely just decided to not work after one patch. So it's been out, it got reintroduced, and I'm interested to see if we see the JQ matchup. Most likely we are running it out on this map as well, so best of luck. And as soon as we hear those dwarves drop, we should be able to take a look at what heroes these teams are rolling out on.
All right, we are going to see Fisher in the blue, Central Michigan in the red. And starting things out, as I'm taking a look at what tanks are being brought out, we are seeing the Zarya being brought out, going up against the Orisa. So everything that you were talking about, Nerdy, should come into play. Forgotten right now trying to take a bit of chip damage around onto the tank with the help of those Orbs of Discord placed. Right now, there are going to be no eliminations except for Zach. Fisher College is going to take first blood in this matchup, and the point unlocks with another Fisher pick.
The Tracer moving forward. That Baptiste is discorded. Baptiste is down. Mercy pulls out the pistol, tries to live a little bit, goes down. Orisa is next on the hit list. And one thing you want to take a look at here is these compositions. Zarya has always been predominantly stronger going into Orisa. Yeah, she has Spear Spin to try and eat that Graviton Surge that will eventually come out. But beyond that, when you go against Orisa, Diva and Zarya were the swaps that you would make. So now we do see the tank Pooper is swapping over to Ramatra to try and deal with the Zarya composition.
And now, as if a Tracer isn't annoying enough, a Tracer with a bubble is just going to dance around until you can't do anything else. We do see another pick from Fisher be brought out onto Central Michigan's tank. And without their tank, I can't really see how Central Michigan is going to push forward.
Abs?
Are you the abs that we know? Because
might have accidentally fallen off the map or saw the swaps that came out from the side of Central Michigan and decided it's not worth to stay on Zenyatta. Nope, Abs is still on Zen, so it's an accidental off the map. Reaper uses Fade and is going to come in quickly. Unfortunately, no Fade means if you start taking damage, yep, there it is. Reaper gets deleted. Love goes down as well to the Ramatra. And Baptiste is trying to make it through with his Mercy Valkyrie on them. And Mercy is going for a res as well. The recall is forced and Forgotten goes down.
Zach is going to be able to take one pick against Forgotten, but it's going to have to be the only solace that Central Michigan has. They are able to take out Abs, and without that Orb of Discord, Fisher College's offense is not going to be quite as punchy or bursty, so maybe Central Michigan can use this to contest the point. Fisher is up to about 75 right now. Central Michigan losing that face-off against Love is going to be forced back to start with only one team fight left.
Unread on the Ahri actually used Captive Stun at the beginning of the last fight, is already at 48%. and counting because of that pylon charge during the brawl with the Reaper, and just keeping their team alive when Abs is down definitely paid off. Abs will be coming up on this trance will help against the Ramatra Annihilation. However, if we do window and visor at the same time, there's a counter grab coming out and trance to gain space. People are split on the side of Central Michigan just trying to get a foothold on the point. Unfortunately, Ramatra's going to touch with a sliver of health.
Now with only one person left, Kiefer fresh off of the respawn. I don't know if he can make it back in time. He certainly can't. So Fisher College takes the first W. Now just needs one more win to take control, and then we'll move on to round 2. Fisher College really relentless with how much they are targeting Central Michigan's tanks. I mean, I didn't really see Pooper have the opportunity to really make much of a presence on the point at all with just the combination of the Zen Orb and the Orb Discord damage boost that was just being placed on Central Michigan. Fisher was really good at picking out individual targets, getting them, and then moving cohesively as a team to the next target.
Fisher was also doing a good job of capitalizing on creating pressure, and that frontline pressure, if you feel like your tank is getting deleted, it is a side effect of your DPS not choosing a target that's not the tank and applying pressure to that target. Tanks need to be able to create space, and part of that comes with help from their DPS as we move into this next map and see if they're able to find the key to success. As Zarya is at 30% charge. They side of Central Michigan's claimed most of the high ground and is pushing forward, but the cooldowns are used. Ramatra uses Nemesis, lots of punches, no blocking with the Orb of Discord on that tank, as Genji enters the backline.
Zach is going to take out Forgotten, so that Genji trying to do the final blow is going to backfire onto Fisher, but now with a whole bunch of picks from Avani and Love, they have gotten back the person advantage and made their way to the point, but Central Michigan is the one to actually take it first. So they'll get a few percentage points before Fisher can take possession.
We look at the ults coming online for this next fight. We have Knight at 62%, leading the charge across the board as far as ults go with the Captive Sun. The question is, what is that going to be comboed with? Is it going to be an amp speed coming out from their Lucio, or are they just going to look to try and get as many people in that ult as possible? As Unred's pylon has gone down, meaning Fisher College may need to be careful with their space control. They are using natural cover. Bubbles have been expunged. Genji's in the backline again, pulling a bunch of attention. Avian and Forgotten both pick up one apiece.
Central Michigan is just trying to stay alive, but Hooper, once their tank goes down, the rest quickly follow. There's just one support hanging on. He's going to get taken out tonight, Marina. Fisher College once again has a successful fight, and now all 5 ultimates on deck. I don't know if they even need one for this next fight, but they're going to start with the Graviton Surge. Everyone from Central Michigan's bunched up. Zach is first one to bite the dust, and the Alari ult is next to join the chaos. It's going to take out their Sojourn. Central Michigan does manage to get a pick back onto Unred, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They're so far away from the point.
Avian's Graviton Surge might have been used a little preemptively, as you were mentioning, Gem. It is important to keep your advantage and press that advantage. However, now Central Michigan's able to gain a lot of space with the loss of a couple of the Fisher College players. We hear Beat get dropped in response to the Blade, and Forgotten gets deleted by Zach. That Cassidy swap, the nade, able to slow people down and hinder them. Hinder can be a huge pain for any mobile hero.
We see an Alari ult going up against an overclock as Love is going to try to pick out a few squishies, but gets hit themselves. Does manage to take out Zach and picks up another one, Kiefer, and I think that last team fight is going to go in Fisher's favor. Less than 20% left to capture the point. This is going to have to be desperation. Get that Lucio speed boost online and run for your life.
Only 10 seconds remaining for Central Michigan to get a foothold, and it looks like Abs will find one, Forgotten will find another. 5 seconds in order for this Ramatra to get a touch. Ramatra does manage to get in, but unfortunately, the backline for Central Michigan is gone, as well as the DPS. It is just Ram here, no Nem form. Everyone has surrounded and conquered the Ramatra. They are sent back to spawn, and that is the end of Antarctica.
Fisher College is going to take the first point in this best of 5 as Central Michigan falls. So overall, now let's just take a look at who is going to be singled out for play of the game. It is going to be Avani. It was really a tale of 2 tanks this match. Central Michigan just had theirs focused down so much, whereas this Zarya, I mean, was very good on the timing, not just of the bubbles for herself, but also for the squishies. That Tracer was consistently a problem in the first stage, having the bubble placed onto her. And it really just ensured that Fisher just had so much raw damage to just push forward onto Central Michigan.
Well, I mean, according to the devs, the whole reason why they gave the changes to Zarya was to encourage the bubble usage on teammates rather than yourself. And it does, you can definitely see it's working out. However, I do personally think Zaryas that were playing at this high level were willing to bubble their teammates to start out with. It wasn't just, oh, I'm only going to bubble myself. It was more in poke phase, you bubble yourself, and then once the engage starts or your DPS are flanking, that's when you start to bubble your teammates. It's just now easier to do, and the odds of you getting charge off it with that 15% bubble size increase are even easier.
Yeah, you were talking earlier about Fisher. The thing, they were able to get a lot of wins in the team fights, but then what made them so effective is they were able to push so far up and hold so much territory. Even if Central Michigan had a perfect engage, and let's say they wiped the team, I mean, if we're talking about percentage points that they could get back, I mean, that's at least 10, 15 before they even reach to the point, because Fisher was pushing them all the way back to their spawns.
Yeah, lots of times we have players that struggle, or teams that struggle as a whole, understanding that when you have the advantage, you need to keep that advantage, and then understanding if you can maintain the positioning. And Fisher did a great job of backing off when they could no longer maintain their advantage.
And here we just see a couple of replays to talk about the highlights of the night, and we got to say that Fisher, not that they necessarily needed the help from the Orb of Discord for Zen, because these DPSs by themselves were just such a porous force. Avani, and I'm talking about the DPS, but even Abs. I mean, you get a player as veteran as him on a Zenyatta of all things, you've essentially just got 3 DPSs on your side.
Yeah, most supports are going the way of, I supply healing, but my main job is to apply pressure to the enemy team. I mean, Zenyatta was kind of the first of that nature, and then, you know, you have the Baptiste, who does a grotesque amount of damage in the right hand, and Iardi has a lot of value to do in poke phase, can one-click someone who's been tickled just a little bit by their teammates. So we're gonna roll into King's Row for our next map for Hybrid.
We have a new mode in Flashpoint, but some things in Overwatch never change, and that'll be King's Row, second round. Nighttime, everyone knows it. Everyone knows how many extremely close matches this can bring out. It normally comes down to the final third of the stage. Very difficult for a team to hold this first point just due to how far away that spawn is. And I saw the red team is going to be attacking first, so Central Michigan is still staying on their side, attacking first. They chose the map, Fisher chose the side. That means Central Michigan is going to be pushing first.
I believe I saw an Iardi as well as a Bastion. We could theoretically see the double turret with Orisa. Never mind, I was baited. Looks like we're running Zarya with a Kiriko on a Genji. Is going to be coming out, mirroring Forgotten on Genji. On that, Zach on this Widow is going to try and shut down angles and get an early pick for their team.
You see a bubble be placed onto Forgotten, and he just slashes right through the Zarya. Zach is next to fall, and Central Michigan is just going to have to fold their hand and try again next time.
Forgotten chasing all the way to spawn to take down the enemy Genji. He's going to touch spawn doors as well. Deflex onto Zach. Zach has to back off to gain healing just from being inside spawn. Going into this next fight, we have no changes coming out just yet. No one has scouted Genji on the high ground either. Goes into the back line, receives the bubble from their Zarya, and they do manage to take down the enemy Genji again.
And it's just like clockwork. We're seeing the Genji set up and the bubble go onto him, and then it is just open season on Central Michigan. They kind of have their attention split both ways. They got to think of how are we going to push through this choke, and then where is the Genji hiding? Zach's going to take a little bit of a higher view, see if he can scout out the rest of the team. Abs gets a pick on to the Reaper. And we see the Illari ult is going to cause even more problems for Central Michigan, and another reset.
As a full team kill for Fisher College, they're coming up with the overclock already online. Genji's close to Blade, and they're going to have Kitsune Rush for the side of Central Michigan. We are getting close to Kitsune Rush, about 4% off. Zach is choosing to swap over the Symmetra, possibly to give the opportunity for their team to just teleport into the location to be advantageous for a fight. So we hear Blade get popped, and there's going to be nothing that can really counter it. Tries to go after the Reaper. Wraith is instigated, slashes through with the bubble, takes a lot of damage, finally gets deleted. However, we do lose Ramatra for the side of Central Michigan.
Forgotten is taken out in a pick against Fisher. That has been the one that they've been successful at every now and then. They have been able to take out that Genji. Just a question of if that Zarya can get her bubble onto him for that protection. Fisher College is now going to still have the two ultimates available that they started with Kitsune Rush and Overclock. Nero gets taken out, so that nano boost not going to be available for this fight at least, as Zach is the next. Knight soon after, a triple for Abs. And Forgotten rounds it all out and sends Central Michigan back to start once again.
Having a team composition that is so reliant on being together as a group, which is the Ramatra Brawl composition here, it does have a slight poke phase, but these DPS aren't really going to allow for it. So we do see Unred get killed by Zach, but they need to clear these high grounds out. They cannot let these two have these angles. Zach goes down to Forgotten. The Kitsune Rush comes from behind on top of Peter. Response Kitsune Rush. Overclock is used. Suzu's burn and grab. There's a lot of ults coming out from Fisher to make sure they can hang on to this point a little bit longer for their team on defense.
You were saying that Central Michigan's comp is all built around being in a group, but that's the one time you don't want to be in a group with the Graviton Surge. Fisher College is still holding on to the Ilario too, so they've managed to build up another ultimate for the next fight. Nero is still hanging on this nano boost. Central Michigan really didn't have the chance to use their ultimates beside the Kitsune Rush, but now we'll see if this nano boost can make that much of a difference.
I think Unred saw the shoulder of Reaper as Mac went up those stairs, decides to back off just in case Reaper is close to Death Blossom. They do have Nano as well as the Annihilation for Ramatra. Nero unfortunately goes down, so no Nano. We're popping Annihilation in response to get a trade. Zach goes down to the captive son. Zarya is able to take down one with some help of their teammates, and just one left standing on point. 10 seconds remaining unless there is quick hero swaps, as I don't think Nero swapped to a fast hero. There is no opportunity to get another touch on point.
And Zarya ends it at full charge. I mean, she was all the way up to 100. That beam was just striking terror into my heart, just seeing it from the opposite POV. Fisher College standing strong and steadfast, now only needing one tick on their attack push to take round 2.
See how powerful controlling high grounds and not getting forced off is for a team on defense or on attack. The high ground, as much as I hate to say these words, having the high ground is extremely powerful, and you got to make sure that the enemy team is not able to use that to their own advantage when you are pushing out of your spawn doors.
And we did see Central Michigan, when they did get onto the Widowmaker, they did have some limited success being able to take out some of the players really nesting down on those high grounds. And should you take that, I would have probably liked to see more of that.
See what Central Michigan plans to do to hold here on defense. They have to have a perfect hold, which is easier said than done, but not impossible. Fisher College just needs to get 33% on this objective to win Kings Row.
It is just a hop, skip, and a jump, they would say, and then we could be seeing match point for Fisher College. But if there's one thing I know Kings Row for, I have seen a lot of really exciting comebacks and hero holds. It's just this first point is a doozy to do that on. So best of luck to Central Michigan as they're going to be ready to go onto defense. And I'm seeing they're bringing out the May, which I've seen used to great effect with Kings Row choke points.
I didn't touch on it earlier, but May also did get some buffs, so she could be very powerful here for their composition. They are choosing to run the Orisa as well. A-Main has gone Reinhardt. We have a Lifeweaver as well from Unred. We might see Ryan go in charge, get cleave damage, and get yoinked out with the grip from Lifeweaver.
Love is currently trying to stake out some sort of high ground to take the squishies from Central Michigan's backline. A quick peek through Hotel as Fisher College makes it closer and closer towards the point. Love gets the first pick onto the May. And now with the territory they've gained, it's just a little bit of time they need to claim the win. More picks going in favor of Fisher. That's going to do it. And we'll get a chance here to see who else is going to be nominated as player of the game. It is going to be Abs on the Kiriko. He was a threat on the Zen, he was a threat on the Kiriko, just these supports that can just be elimination machines in their own right. Sometimes you don't even need any commentary beyond that. You just let the Kiriko do her thing with the knives, hitting everyone's heads left and right, and there you go. What more can you say?
Take your kunai to the head really stinks, but at the end of the day, that's what that character is built for. You go in, you snuggle up in the back line of the enemy team, get a couple of cheeky picks, some chip damage, and then you TP out, and no one can really punish you at that point. And unfortunately, that's just what ended up happening. I mean, Abs, we've mentioned before, is a very consistent player, so I expected nothing less.
And you kind of see Fisher's whole strategy revolving around the fact of, hey, we've got very competent players that can pick up eliminations fast. Let's give them the support they need with that Zarya bubble and let them do their thing. You're seeing very flanky, aggressive DPSs being brought out, but also the supports as well. I mean, the Zarya has full range of who she can fit for the bubble if she wants to pick up some wins.
Most definitely, but we do still have another map, giving the side of Central Michigan an opportunity to bring this back in their favor. It is a best-of-5 series, so it means first to 3. And I do believe that we'll be moving on to the new map type, right?
Yep, which hopefully if we see Flashpoint being brought out, I mean, we could see New Junk City. I mean, there are only 2 out right now, but they're so big. I mean, they practically do the job of multiple maps in that stage. I'm hoping you were talking about how good the Junker Queen is. I do hope she gets the opportunity to make a premiere in a thematically appropriate stage, at least here in terms of broadcast in A-Star League, because you know I'm a sucker for that kind of flavor.
I personally prefer New Junk City over Servasa, and it's just because there's one point on Servasa where there's a lot of opportunity to either A, accidentally fall off the map, or B, you get environmentally eliminated, whereas on New Junk there is only one flashpoint that really you kind of run that risk of falling off or getting booped off the map, so we'll have to wait and see which one they end up picking in the end. If they pick New Junk City, I really hope someone goes JQ.
Yeah, so we're on the same page there. I always like when we're on the same page thematically. Overall, though, if you're trying to coach Central Michigan to get them back in this game, because if there's one thing we love, we want to see games go all the way to Game 5. We want to see those nail biter finishes. What's the biggest thing for Fisher that you say Central Michigan could, maybe tweak to be able to use effectively against them?
In all honesty, the being confident in your... No, we were actually going to escort, but either way, this still applies. Being confident in your gameplay can be a double-edged sword. If you feel like you can get away with things you shouldn't be able to when you're going against a player that, say, you're on Widow, the enemy's on Widow, and you're going to take a bold position that's very far forward in order to take that duel because you think you'll do it, if that positioning gets punished, your team is in trouble because the pressure that is created from having DPS alive helps keep your tank alive. So if that first DPS that decides to ego a little bit too much gets eliminated, then you can use that to continue to capitalize on the fact of being one player up if you are Central Michigan. They need to look for those opportunities, not let these other players take a position because they want to be there, say you have to deserve this position.
Now, that's really well said. Central Michigan would also probably be on attack yet again if they have choice of stage. Then Fisher is just going to try to hold them. What do you think is going to be the easiest part for Central Michigan to push through in the first third of the stage, and what's going to be the most difficult based on how Fisher's playing?
I believe they are on offense. This first point up until the archway at bridge should be easy for them to accomplish. However, if they make it to first checkpoint, that straightaway around church is going to become a problem. It is for most teams after all.
Now like this, they get the pick onto Zach and are willing to meet Fisher up there in the high ground. They're going to have to be wary of these turrets that Love is placing around, but they've gotten a fairly good push so far, and it's now really focusing down this Symmetra, takes her out. Unread is next on the list, and Central Michigan getting their first major push of the game. The SIG is left, and now go into the festive town square and party, because you have won the match. The team match. I'm sorry, I'm getting way too ahead of myself here.
That was well executed coming out from the side of Central Michigan. This Widowmaker, I don't know what just happened, but you owe your Life Weaver a cookie. We do also see that we have Love swapping over to the Sombra, possibly to make this Diva's life a little bit more difficult. Gets a hack on Genji, does a significant amount of damage. The nade is also forced. Ana and Kiriko both go down to the side of Central Michigan.
Lifeweaver getting caught out of position. Love is also just trying to tough this out. The Diva's taken out of her mech, is going to get focused down by Fisher. Central Michigan is going to be held right before that first checkpoint. One final knife to take out that Diva. Now Fisher gets a chance to just take a little bit of a break. Central Michigan, we do see this Genji heading off to the side. Might be trying to find a flank. That's been something that Fisher has been so successful at, but Central Michigan can use it against them. We can see a completely different kind of match playing out for us.
Forgotten still has grapple hook to be able to get out of a dive from this Diva, but taking away that space from Widowmaker is important. Fortunately, Unred goes down, Zach goes down, and Knight all go down for Central Michigan. Losing Lifeweaver and Forgotten on the side of Fisher. This is an opportunity for Central to push forward. Genji's getting hacked a little bit too often, uses deflect, and the health pack by Genji is hacked. Try to scout out this Sombra if you can, but getting way too much value. They have EMP, we do see self-destruct online. Rampage is used, got damage onto one, and that Genji is going to return back to spawn.
We have a whole lot of fighting off to the sidelines, and meanwhile, Central Michigan has gotten past that first checkpoint, so more time added to their bank. Abs is eliminated with a punch from Zach, but quickly it's going to get paid back as Unred takes Zach out in response. But everyone's holding on to their ultimates, none really used for that last team fight, so this next one should be a huge mess of particle effects with everything that's online.
Overwatch is about to become very overstimulated with every team member having their ult, the only exception being Avian and Zach.
We are seeing the Genji blade being brought out, and this Genji is not even able to make it to the target as Love just shows him his place. And I was thinking almost all the ultimates would be used, but it was really that EMP that Love used to start out the team fight that really put Central Michigan in a tough spot. Now moving on to this team fight, we see infrared sights being brought out by Zach to start things out. He's going to get taken out by Forgotten. It's traded back, and a coalescence brought out by Fisher to try to keep Central Michigan at bay. Besides a trade 1-for-1, though, this does look like another Fisher wipe with a triple now in their pocket. Central Michigan having to go back to start once more.
No one is trying to make this Sombra's life hectic. They're not getting scouted out enough. Turning around and trying to figure out where she's at, forcing her early would make Central Michigan's life so much easier.
Let's take him to the wasteland.
Now we see the Rampage being brought out by Avani, and McCardinal. Critical is the first on the list. Beeper is going to be taken out next. Beeper is trying to stick up against his Junker Queen, who has been anti-mated, but has to go back to start just because of all the raw damage that's getting pushed out. We're seeing kind of a repeat of the first stage where they can't really get past their spawn.
I like this idea of not going out through main and forcing left side there. They should be able to claim space, rotating that way, and if they force the other team into them, Forgotten shouldn't be able to get as much value. We do see another EMP goes out and lands on everybody, I believe, except for the Kiriko.
Now Fisher is going to position themselves at just about every single opening, so the plan of Central Michigan to go left, they're going to take the central route, but this Orisa is just caught out all alone, burns the Terra Surge. Not sure how much that's going to affect the fight. Forgotten takes out the Mei. Zach is next on the list and ducks back into spawn. The life grip for Avani is going to keep them alive. Very nicely placed, too, because it seems like the one chance that Central Michigan is going to have is based off of these kind of anti-mates that might be thrown out. You know, you take out one person who might be pushing it too far, get that Junker Queen back towards the core, and she does get life gripped. Central Michigan is taking a whole lot of space, and the Junker Queen finally falls. But they spent so much getting that. I mean, I love this hero play. Cooper is just placing out on this tank, doing all that he can to stay on point.
Only they committed to that rotation sooner. You saw the thought process is there. They started it one time, and then two more fights, if not more, went down before they fully committed to that rotation. It worked out swimmingly. We have another Terra Surge online with the Kitsune Rush, close to Visor, close to Males as well. Whereas the side for Fisher, they're only going to have Fluid Life as well as the EMP in sight.
EMP goes out by Love in response. Blizzard is going to get placed out by Central Michigan, but it is not slowing Fisher down at all. And with Vani back with the swap onto the Doomfist and just 10 seconds left, looks like Central Michigan is going to have to settle for just one checkpoint. So last chance, they're going to use the Kitsune Rush to try to get them back to the point, but they aren't able to touch it. Now Fisher sitting on a match point. They just have to get to the first checkpoint, a little bit past it, and they'll have the match as a whole.
Central Michigan did at least make it through some of the hardest places to hold, which is that archway at the bridge, and they got through to the first checkpoint, which is huge. So if they can take a 3-point fight and prevent Fisher from capping, they can run out the clock and successfully prevent a Fisher sweep in this series.
Fisher is really showing no signs of slowing down. We were kind of questioning of whether all these new players are, how well they'll fit into the team, but we're seeing just how well they're working with each other. Their target focus is on point. It seems like Fisher, despite having only one returning player, is not losing their step at all. So what do you think is the most effective overall at a defense play? For, you know, you have to hold them before the first checkpoint. If they get the first checkpoint, very little after that. What are you pulling out?
In all honesty, I would for sure be playing a Tracer on this point. Tracer plays around red building to start to make sure that that cart does not cross around the corner as easily as possible. You are playing to just be a cart staller. You're pulling attention because most teams are theoretically going to go try to take high ground first, rotating coastline if you're on attack. So Tracer, being the one to contest cart when there's one person pushing it, they can live a really long time. And also, I've been pulling out that Zenyatta or a Brigitte to give packs or Orb of Harmony over to said Tracer to allow Tracer to continue to create pressure on the cart.
Looks like Fisher is starting out with the same symmetric cheekiness that they did on defense. They're going to try it on offense, position this Bastion in a part where he can really take out Central Michigan in their high point. Oh, I'm not sure what happened there, but Avani and Love are going to bite the dust from Central Michigan. It's a good start for them in this defense. They got a way to go. They're picking up a few picks here and there.
So we have this Moira who's pushing cart for free because there's no pressure. So Soldier has to come up the high ground to get this elimination. Lucio comes in late. Lucio also might get eliminated. But giving up high ground when you're a Soldier 76 and you have no way to get out is never something you want to put yourself into. It all became a bait. Soldier gets eliminated. Mac almost gets eliminated. Mercy is hanging on for dear life and praying that they can make it out alive. So if there was a Tracer, that Moira would not have gotten as much value in pushing that cart.
Junkrat is getting his bombs damage boosted by the Mercy. It is going to take out Abs. Forgotten trying to tank his way through all of this damage. Heals back up to full health as Fisher makes their way past the arc. This Mercy could be in a dangerous position as he focuses on her. She's going to be taken out. Now Fisher has a 5-3 advantage. Yeah, with that tank being taken out, I think this point is pretty much a free take for Fisher, possibly the match.
Forgotten is going very far forward. Is undeterred by the aspect of getting eliminated. Zach finds the elimination with the spawn swap. I mean, it doesn't really matter. So, payload, and they only have to go a few meters forward. We have the Doomfist swap come out as well, which can be a little bit rough, but Zach and Mercy will manage to find Avian and eliminate the tanks inside Fisher College.
We're seeing a lot of damage being placed out by... Oh, Zach tries to use the visor, but he is eliminated by Love. And the last chance Central Michigan might have had in combination with that amplification matrix with Forgotten on this Genji blade just tears through them all. And that should do it. Stick a fork in this one. Fisher College wins 3-0. Overall, the first match getting done before everything that we've been hyping up in the new stage. It's just gonna have to wait till the next match, it just figures. But at least until this point, we just get one more view of Forgotten just raining terror from above with this Widowmaker. The flicks are on point. And that just about does it for the first match. Fisher College takes the win. And we also want to give a shout out to our sponsors. First up is Truth, the nation's largest organization committed to making tobacco use and nicotine addiction a thing of the past. You can go to truthinitiative.org to find out more. And also a special shout out to one of NACE's newest sponsors, Odyssey Energy Elixir Boost, their mushroom elixir to help improve your game. So please check that out as well. Well, that's going to do it for the first match. Fisher picking up a quick win. Next up, though, we have got Mizzou coming into the mix, and this whole night is going to be action-packed. I hope we can get a little bit farther into the matches, see Mat 5, see Flashpoint come out. That's all I'm hoping for. Do you have any requests?
No, I would like to see Flashpoint, too. Hopefully teams are scripted enough. And also, I would really like to see a team that gets so as stressful about, like, you know, the counter-swapping play and just decides, you know what, we're forcing the mirror. And if they're on attack, they see a composition, they know that they can play better than the enemy team, they go for the mirror, and it becomes a very much so back and forth tug-of-war game between the two teams.
All right, Mizzou's versus South Florida is next in the lineup. We'll take a short break and then be back with more. You're not going to want to go away. We'll be back after this short break. And welcome back to the Star League studio. We have just one game left in our Rocket League lineup.
I see a player starting to do it. I say finish it out, send to the respawn screen. They get frustrated, they can cope with it. But with that being said, if there's one player on each side with an X on their back, then you're fine. It's a 2-2 game at that point.
It also seems that Shen and Do is a team that really can put on a lot of pressure when they're already kind of have that side control. But if they're back defending, we've seen, especially in the first half of the game, a lot of struggling from the Hornets to find a clear when they're getting pressured by Patriots. So might be something that we'll have a look out on these next few games to see if it is improved going forward. But here we go into game 2. The Patriots lead by 1.
Territory, another shot on goal, hits the top crossbar, but the follow-up is clean, and that's goal number 2 for George Mason.
You can see a little bit of struggling with the positioning here for Shen and Doa. There's no one really kind of going in toward the ball. Everyone's chasing after it into the goal. So even if they manage to make contact with the ball, it's going to be very difficult. Instead, now Perks moving up the passing lane. He also got a lead hanging way back on the field, but it's going to be Perks who finds the goal, a hat trick. All 3 goals going over to him.
33 seconds left in this first game of this best of 5 series. While there is a differential in score, it's
Patriots letting them know that if Shenandoah wants to get back into this match, it is not going to come easy.
Ball is in the defensive third, still for and as I'm saying that, Elite finds goal number 1, so my prediction was absolutely wrong. I needed to stay side, and the side was even wrong. If I had Mango is on Shenandoah, yeah, we're control of the Elite, my prediction would be
another goal for the Patriots, but now the Hornets are fighting back. The follow-up for Eliminathan. Mango tries to redirect, and all 3 get in on the action for that equalizer.
Off that top crossbar. When you don't have backboard defense, we didn't touch on it in our, things to think about, but core mechanics, there's got to be some.
With a save, and is now going to try to carry that into a goal opportunity for Shenandoah. And there it is, Eliminathan gets the goal for Shenandoah, and we got a tied series.
So now we are at the Rocket League Classic best of 3.
Yes. Oh man, that was all down to the defender, but he whipped.
Does end up in the defensive third for George Mason.
Yazi is going to be followed up by Eliminathan, and just by pure force, that one goes in. One of the team members of the Patriots is just hanging out in the goal. You see Perks right here. He's going to try to body block it, but it goes off his hood and still has.
Well, the rest of the way, Kiazi tries to make a shot, but the ball is stolen away by Perks.
A lead shot on goal, past Mango, and finds his hat trick. We are seeing a return to form for the Patriots. In the first game, they scored a hat trick against the Hornets, and now they're doing it.
It's only up from here.
And it was a very great play by Kiazi as well. Bumped 2 of the goalies way back into the corner of their own goal, so they really weren't able to respond to it. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a goal off that last kickoff. And there we go. George Mason is going to be the first victor of tonight's lineup.
A good passing opportunity, you might as well just throw the ball back to the other side because you miss an opportunity. And I think if teams recognize that and they see that weakness, they can either defend on it really well or end up finding a lot of scoring opportunities.
Here we go, Lackawanna versus Harrisburg. Falcons versus the Storm. We'll see if this game goes to all 5 games just like the last one, or will we see a blowout match? We are ready to head down to the first kickoff. A whole lot of momentum and keeps it in Harrisburg's possession. The Storm now making their way toward the goal. Can they push it off the ground? No, they cannot. JD gets to it first and saves. The demo just reflecting how intense this competition is. TC rebound finds the open goal.
Even though that demo was a bit
of fancy footwork in midair, so to speak. Trying to find a clear for himself, but Aoka just shuts the door right in his face on that possibility.
next attempts to get this touch, trying to control it, trying to save them a bit of the time. Unfortunately for them.
But if it's a quality one like that, I am not complaining one bit. They find the equalizer. Their first shot on goal is their first goal. And now with 2 minutes, 19 seconds left, we basically have a new game on our hands. Heat Assassin moving in to set it up for Remzik.
It's almost like they heard you.
Yeah, they wanted to get Vasper. Has only a few seconds to make that happen, and right at the end, a save by the Falcons ensures their goal. Lackawanna, a victory well earned. So congratulations to the winner, Lackawanna. You drove it to a marathon and came out the victors in long overtime games.
I feel like the long overtime games are, there's two aspects. There is very balanced team play, but then there's the other aspect is a team not adjusting to counter the strengths or the weaknesses that they see coming out from the other team. And when you're not doing that, it stays very even. It doesn't put one. There's a follow-up opportunity coming from Nuke. It glides to the top left corner. Slime to lime is the tertiary touch. And after all three members made contact with that ball, it is another goal in.
Remzik finds himself in an awkward position, kind of blocked by his own post. When they do make a shot, they've been able to very consistently turn them into goals. We'll see if this one turns into a goal. It does. Remzik once again, another goal. That's his second of the game.
At this rate, I do foresee this going into overtime, and I apologize for your local courts, but I'm not sorry for the teams that are playing. Dave, and the crossbar, the ever so steadfast, absolute defense that comes in clutch sometimes.
Heat Assassin gets the goal, pushing North Dakota State to a 2-goal lead. And one thing I was noticing is it seemed like Colorado was really wanting for boost there. I mean, you see two members pushed up a little bit too far.
Volleys it back. It looks like Slime to Lime will be able to pinch it back out, but instead we have Yaga demoed. Heat Assassin, in the heat of the moment, finds the first goal for game number 2.
And this is a perfect example of cause and effect. You clear out the goalie, since Slime had already committed onto that one, was repositioning, so the one to
Nuke from midfield pops the ball up, it kisses the ceiling. Slime to Lime elevates, beating anyone to the ball. And that's going to be our equalizing goal coming out from Slime to Lime from Colorado.
And so much of what has allowed North Dakota State to stay ahead of Colorado is denying them these shots. But if Colorado has the shot wide open, they're showing that they have the accuracy. Nuki trying to keep that from happening right off the bat. Yeah, gets demoed, a quick shot, goes in for Heat Assassin. He finds a hat trick. That is insane. That's from way downtown, past the midfield mark. And I think that demo in midfield and up for grabs by any team. Slime trying to carry this with the dribble. It bounces off the crossbar, off of himself into the goal.
Hang on. I think there might have been some interference here from one of the North Dakota players that might have helped. Yeah, right on it. It happens. You're not the first one. Heat Assassin send the ball across the midfield stripe. It ends up with and also Slime to Lime is there as well. Remzik takes the shot between two North Dakota State players. Finds the back of the goal. Apologies, between two Colorado college players, and finds the first goal for their team.
I mean, that's been his calling card. These completely accurate shots, whether and that's allowing Colorado College to put a whole bunch of pressure and a shot on goal onto North Dakota State. It was bounced off the crossbar, however, so North Dakota State still has a slight lead. Once again, the crossbar at the follow-up. How does that not go in?
Oh my gosh!
Heat Assassin, you are a brick wall right now.
Yeah.
back to the NACE Star League studio, and welcome back to our Overwatch 2 lineup for Tuesday night. We just saw Central Michigan and Fisher College go up against each other, and now we've got Mizzou versus South Florida ready to face off tonight. I'm still your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Artemis Nerdy Bird Rain, call all of the action for you tonight. And I am really excited for this next match because it seems like this is the chance that we're going to have to see a best of 5 go all the way. The first game was kind of a shutout, a 0-3 match. I want to see us go all 5 matches, all 5 modes, including the new Flashpoint.
I'm pretty sure every player on both teams just as a unit started to either have their ears burn a little bit or started sneezing. That's a lot of pressure to put on any player or any team, but I mean, yes, of course, our job is to lather on the pressure, stir the pot, and request the most from these players. Whether or not we'll actually get to see all 5 maps is a genuine question I have myself. I don't know if we will, but I can definitely tell you that we have some stacked teams for this next matchup, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table.
And let's take a look at those stacked teams, the specific lineups that we have for each team. Mizzou going up against South Florida. On the Mizzou side, we've got Grapha, Sammy, Love, looks like actually that we will be updating this list very shortly with the lineups that we have for Mizzou and South Florida, because I do see Abs on there, and he was on Fisher's team. We already saw Fisher go up against Central Michigan.
The one thing I can say, though, is that the Mizzou squad, at least as far as like those in charge of them, we have a close relationship with them. Not as close as we were when we first started, just because everything went crazy in 2020, and rekindling those connections is hard. Sure. But at the second year of our program, we actually had Mizzou come and visit. They're a fabulous bunch of people. Their coach is also a joy to be around. Specifically, breaking a clipboard is one of the most fondest memories I have of that entire LAN party that we had here with them, because that gentleman said if you guys died to their support line, I'm breaking my clipboard, and he exactly did that.
So we've got Clairvoyant, Backstab Bud, Gambit, Ashi, and Tommy Salami. I got to give a shout out to that gamer tag. That is fantastic. Playing for Mizzou.
And we have P5X, Bibber, Viper, Double, J-Dawes, and Piggy Power rounding out the South Florida roster.
Bibber, Viper, and Piggy Power. Some of these players, I just swear. Never mind. Apologies.
It's actually Toast, K-Not, Saki, Kirito, and Bebop.
All right, with everything straightened out, we are ready to go on to the first stage, which if I saw via previews, we're going to be going back onto Control, and it seemed like they were leaning toward Lijiang.
I mean, I'm completely fine with the Lijiang for first map choice as far as control points. I mean, there's always this love that it feels like a lot of teams have for Lijiang, probably because for years it seems like there was 2 options for our first map, and it was either we went Lijiang or we went Nepal, and then it kind of shifted to Lijiang or Busan. So there's a lot of strategy that's gone into Lijiang. It's kind of like the King's Row of the control points.
Once again, just to look at the updated lineup that we do have for South Florida, Toast, Kiento, Saki, Kirito, and Bebop for South Florida. And I'm still shouting out Tommy Salami for Mizzou. There were so many times as a caster that I shorten gamer tags, but I'm saying the whole Tommy Salami throughout the whole way through, because you just
You're getting the treatment. I mean, I'm gonna try to say Backstab Bud every time, just because it's also the name of a team for Overwatch as well. I think the name's funny, but if you end up shooting a Genji that's deflecting and killing your own teammate, then 100% I'm saying your full name.
You just got to live up to your name. You got to live up to the expectations that you've set for yourself as a player. Okay. So overall, as if we are heading to Lijiang Tower as our first stage, what do you want to see? Do you want to see Gardens first? Do you want to see Night Market? We've got Tower, Control, Command Center, if possible. What do we have?
I mean, I'm a firm lover of Night Market, probably because for years now at this point, even though I previously was a tank player, I was always stuck on Lucio, and so it kind of felt like you were the key to creating the opportunity for your team to go in on Lijiang. Yeah, you amp speed out of spawn, not the biggest a deal if you mess it up slightly, but once you get on there, understanding when your team can and can't go, and the front to back line communication on that map, specifically because you're in such a small box and watching the lanes on left and right, definitely feel like Lucio is a huge facilitator there and a key player, so I would love to see it, and I'd also love to see that Lucio gameplay on that point. Not biased at all, as we mentioned earlier, I am in Lucio sneakers.
Yes, we did point that out. Dirty is wearing Lucio sneakers, or you also know another part of Lijiang where Lucio can really shine through if you fall victim to the charge on gardens. And because we have seen some teams tour around with that, and all of them go into the drink first thing. So you got to be cognizant of where he can boop you off and pick up those environmentals.
And it does look like our first map for the rotation will be on Control Center. This one, really, it depends on your pathing. You can make a lot of compositions work, but most often you do see people take over what we call a server or white zone. And it's after you get speed out, after you TP, whatever you choose to do to get out early, you make your way up into that white platform that's right in front of the point, and you've controlled that area. We'll have to see what these teams decide to do, as our production gives us a beautiful sweep of the entire server zone. Sometimes you'll have DPS go up to this high ground if they aren't cleared out or spotted. You can have a really rough time when people are up there just raining fire down from above.
And we saw in the last game, Fisher Roost Central Michigan, if you have an iron grip on that high ground, especially stage dependent, you can rule a match from start to finish.
And it does look like the side of Mizzou has chosen to go with the Reinhardt main composition. Wall and Maul is making a comeback. They did get some buffs. They do have Symmetra, so Sim's going to be looking to get full beam charge. Whereas we have Orisa, Torbjorn, Bastion, Lucio, Baptiste. Typically, you do see the Iardi with his composition from South Florida, but Lucio also works well for the War of Christian comp. Just they got to set up a take angle strong and swing wide together in order to get advantage over the Brawl comp that Mizzou has.
Point unlocks, and Mizzou has positioned themselves to take it first. No real elimination here and there. There is a lot of damage onto Clairvoyant, but they are sticking it through. Now the timer starts ticking up for Mizzou. A nice immortality field placed down by South Florida to bail them out. A lot of their members were in low health. Kirito is going to pick up a double onto Gambit and Tommy Salami. Into is next on the feed list, and that's a point taken back over for South Florida, despite the Maze attempt to drag it out.
Mizzou did get 22% on that first on-point control. That's about a fight's worth. It's not terrible. It does make sure that there is the opportunity for more fights to happen on this control point, but we're coming up on this Torbjorn ult. We have Bastion ult as well. It's very common for Bastion ult to get popped very early while the teams are in rotation to get an advantage. We do see Clairvoyant has swapped over to the Ramatra, and we see Amp Matrix pop to gain control of the entire front zone of point, as well as the Mei ult to try and just freeze everybody and get in. Teleporter gets dropped by Gambit. They go to Baptiste. Baptiste has Lucio with them. Will survive, but Clairvoyant goes down for Mizzou. No frontline means they got to start cleaning this up fast.
Mizzou has gained the lead, but Mizzou has gained the point. South Florida isn't going to have that lead for much longer. Mizzou is going to also have this beat available. Both teams have the beat available for this next fight. Terra Surge also just coming online for Bebop. Florida might also use that as well as the Bastion ult. And they're going to have a lot of damage that they can push through. They just got to make sure that they can get past the choke point. They're going to use the Terra Surge to push past. Tommy Salami falls. Clairvoyant is next, and a team wipe. There's only backstab left for Mizzou and South Florida. Once again, it's kind of a teeter-totter battle, and this is what I was waiting to see, these kind of games.
I feel like that actually would drop B in that instance, but perhaps they didn't hear the aerial strike from Saki get procced as well as the Terra Surge. Sometimes there's just too much noise happening. They do have B for sustain in this fight, but B is probably going to have to be used in counter to the South Florida beat from Pinto. Slow has been used. Ramatra, 85% on ult, goes into Nem4, and Beat is used to allow Clairvoyant to stay alive into the back line. Amp is used, Beat is also, Amplification Matrix is used, Immortality is used. Clairvoyant goes down, unfortunately. Gambit's also gone. Kizo goes down. One player advantage currently for the side of South Florida is going to get taken away shortly, but Backstab Bud goes off the map instead.
Now we're all tied up again in terms of score. Just the South Florida takes the point back for themselves, but this could be decisive on how long that Lucio can stall things out. Things still technically in Mizzou's possession. Now South Florida takes it back for themselves. They've got a stagger going on to Mizzou. The Lucio, they're going to have to wait for him to respond before they can make a full push. But now Mizzou is loaded up on things they can use. Photon Barrier. Photon Barrier, Blizzard, Amplification Matrix. They're going to start with Photon Barrier, moving on to point. In response, Molten Core is going to be popped by South Florida. Zoo is going to pick up a few picks onto kind of utilities, the turret, and the Immortality Field. Saki is the first real player to be taken out by Mizzou. They continue on their rampage, pushing South Florida off. The Lucio falls down. Now Toast with both supports gone. Point goes over to Mizzou.
They are going to be, Mizzou's going to be coming up on beat. They do already have Amp Matrix as well as Blizzard and Ramatra Ultimate, and the Annihilation's been online for 2 fights now. Bebop has Terror Surge. They also have Saki's Artillery Strike online. They might go for that combo again, coming up on their support ult shortly thereafter. The wall comes out, and in response, there's Terror Surge. There is also the Aerial Strike made Pop's ult. Lucio was forced to pop beat to the side of Mizzou to sustain through those 2 ultimates. And with that, side of Mizzou's got a lockdown first point.
Down to the wire, 100 to 98%. Both of these teams shown that when they have the ultimates and utilities lined up to take the point, they can be pretty darn reliable at taking it. And here's what we were talking about. Gardens is going to be the next stage. So this is where we saw 2 Lucios be brought out on this stage. You can bet for sure that we're probably going to see a key move either into the drink or off the cliff.
All right, hear me out. If you choose to run the Symmetra, no shade, but please, for the love, do not put your teleporter in the window. We already experienced a 2-week-long highlight reel of a Lucio booping an entire team into the drink previously here with Nace. Let's not do it again.
Stand a chance.
Start things off. Doesn't look like we're going to see any Symmetra teleports. We actually see a Far Mercy be brought out by South Florida, whereas Mizzou is bringing out the Junker Queen and also an Echo and Ash. It actually looks like a last-minute swap over in response to South Florida's composition.
A very smart move being made by the side of Mizzou, choosing to swap over to the D.Va, knowing they have the Pharmacy as well as the Soldier 76. D.Va will have the opportunity to create pressure and prevent pressure being given on their backline and also give clearance for their flyer to do extra damage with a little bit of help from D.Va's defense matrix. We have Gambit trying to pepper damage down. It does look like Bebop was demexed by Clairvoyant and sent into the drink. Down with the fishes. That's our first environmental.
Clairvoyant is making his presence known on point. He's already gotten a little bit of possession in his favor. Is trying to focus down this soldier. With some help from the Mercy, is going to be able to burn him down. Clairvoyant also takes out Toast. And just by having this key tank swap over, Mizzou has managed to take the point back for themselves.
We can round up that 28 to 30%. See, South Florida has 30% on the point, roughly 1 fight worth. The question is Mizzou going to be able to maintain this forward positioning? D.Va's close to self-destruct. They have Valk coming online. They do have Amp and Copy from Backstab. Whereas the side of South Florida is only going to be coming up on Copy and Kitsune Rush. Toast can use it if they can manage to get past this bridge. It can absolutely annihilate the front line for Mizzou. They just have to place this ult properly by Kitsune Rush to make or break a fight.
Also just might be waiting on this Copy coming out from Backstab, but wait for everything, including the Valkyrie, to be brought online with Ashley. Although Tommy Salami is just going to get right to it, taking out Corrido. A Mulligan is going to be taking on that one with South Florida. They're going to pull out the res. But just that amplification matrix is able to get them so much presence on the point and keep that timer rolling up in their favor. Valkyrie now popped by Ashley, Kitsune Rush by Toast. No major DPS ultimates being brought out, but that might change as this visor comes online for Saki. They are going to take Kirito out of the map, stop that Copy. It seems like South Florida is kind of using their ultimates more as they come up, whereas Mizzou is holding on more to their ultimates. They're thinking, hey, we have major... This fight is turning very much in our favor. No need to use our ultimates when they're not needed.
You do see Gambit pop Bob just to give him an extra leg up, but you're 100% right. They were waiting on the right opportunities. If you're already at an advantage, you don't need to put yourself at a disadvantage for the next fight by using more ults than necessary. Unfortunately, Backstab Bug does go down. Mercy is currently burning to the dynamite. Both D.Vas are split off, trying to get into the backline to the enemy team. Point is still in control of Mizzou. Clairvoyant has self-destruct. Chooses not to use it to try and remech. Echo 70% on Copy. Clairvoyant still currently down for the side of Mizzou, and control is going to go to South Florida.
They're going to have a razor-thin margin to try to pull out victory. They have no ultimates to their name. Clairvoyant can bring out this self-destruct. They got a long road ahead of them. Can they get a pick? Maybe to start off the match before the self-destruct is used. They can turn it in their favor. Now Clairvoyant is moving in, making a whole lot of space for Mizzou to charge in, getting right in the face of this Echo. The copy is going to be brought out. There goes the self-destruct. Is it going to pick up anybody? No, now the rematch. Mizzou is going to have to take this with just an old-fashioned team fight. Maybe some help from the Amp Matrix from Tommy Salami, but right now they're doing a great job of taking Corito out of their mech, stopping that copy from going forward. But no major eliminations. This fight has taken a long time, and South Florida is almost caught up to Mizzou.
Kirito is getting punished quite frequently when they're going into Diva as the copy. Yes, self-destruct is very powerful, but you cannot sacrifice your entire ultimate trying to get that ult. Acting as the second tank is fine. We did see the copy initially one time when their tank was out of Toki, but we've yet to see a copy self-destruct because Kirito is getting deleted constantly. Too much frontline pressure, and Kirito is taking too forward of a step. We do see Backstab Bud is also trying to take a page out of the enemy Echo's book. Tommy Salami is going to go down, and Bebop goes down as well to Clairvoyant. Backstab Bud does not have self-destruct. Remix into Toki again. 53% on this bomb. Will we see our first copy Echo bomb? We will not.
Saki trying to bring things back with this visor. Picks up a double onto Clairvoyant and Backstab. And with the res coming through, securing victory for South Florida, we are going on to the third stage. Oh man, they had like 60% no ultimates when it first started to build up. I was talking about how much of a task it would be for them, but they stuck it through. And we're gonna have to go to Night Market to decide it all.
I would love to go to the night market after this.
All right, let's see. Are we going to have the tried and true Symmetra TP window into points?
The one stage where we do want to see Symmetra teleport, where it's a lot more advisable rather than Guardians.
I think I hear Sin mailing a wall for one side, so possibly yes.
Always, you can always kind of put on the Benny Hill theme when you see both teams just all out rush to try to get that Sin teleport down first. It is going to be South Florida's strategy, whereas Mizzou didn't opt for the teleport, so that's a whole lot of time given over to South Florida to set up these turrets. Teleport back though, because there was so much damage being placed by that soldier's effect. Now they are able to make their way onto the point. Gambit falls first to Saki, and they just kind of lure them into the point so they can push all the damage. Now they're trying to regain space. The Javelin does miss as the Immortality Field gets put down by Mizzou.
Actually gets a boop on Toast, sending them off the map. Bebop goes down shortly thereafter. Point is currently in control of Mizzou. And I'm going to keep it a buck with you, Jem. Honestly, that TP backwards and playing too far forward against that doorway from the Symmetra might have been the cause that dominated into the rest of it. Being inside Disruption Field from Sojourn does a decent amount of damage, so they had no choice but to back off, as opposed to playing a little bit further back, a little more patient, and then getting Beam Charge, teleporting into the back line, and pinching them back into point.
Now they're making a whole bunch of space for themselves. Build up that score even more. Clairvoyant sitting on this rampage very soon. We also see the Amp Matrix come online. Gambit picking up that Lucio. Doesn't need any help from an ultimate there. South Florida now one person down. Is probably just going to have to soft reset this.
The utility of that Lucio speed is not worth going in without. A Molten Core is going to be used to force back and give space for the side of South Florida. Backstab Bud decides to respond using the Dragon Blade. Beat is popped. Amplification Matrix popped as well.
Seems like all the ultimates that South Florida is using it's just trying to help them stay alive in the cafeteria, but they need to make their way all the way over to the point. Mizzou is just more than happy to let the timer tick down.
Unfortunately, Quinto had to use that beat during the Dragon Blade, but now there's nothing to sustain through the rampage coming forward. Toast goes down for South Florida, as does Saki and Kirito, so it is just Lucio and Orisa praying for life on point. And with 95% cap, Mizzou most likely will lock this one down and walk away with a victory on Unleashing Power.
Well, that is, I mean, we went to Night Market, and pun not intended, but really night and day in terms of the stages that we've seen. Because it was back and forth, but then Mizzou just completely completely wiped South Florida. It's kind of a shame because in South Florida, you know, if you're going to go all in on that Symmetra strategy, they were able to position themselves on the point, but then just that one disruption field from the Soldier and made that whole plan fall apart.
You have to be wary of the enemy's abilities and what they do to you. Most people are like, oh, it tickles, but it doesn't. It does a lot of damage if you do not have any form of shields on you. And just standing in it, unfortunately, forced cooldowns way too early. And so South Florida got punished.
Now we move on to Escort, and we can always do kind of the rhetorical dance we do that of trying to find any reason that something other than King's Row should be brought up in this stage, only to have all of our conversation go by the wayside and see that, yes, of course, it is in fact King's Row for the 18th time.
I mean, Blizzard World is a nice map. It's very pretty. It's outside. It's daytime. And it's not King's Row.
Numbani is also outside in daytime as well.
Numbani is an option, and the only reason why I would not think these teams would go with it is because it's a very much so love it or hate it map. There's quite a few of those, but there are teams that are like absolutely dominant on Numbani, and so you either, if that is your comfort pick, you stick with it, but if you're a team that just does not operate well on Numbani, then you stay away from it like it is the plague.
Eichenwald, maybe, although a lot of times when we bring out Eichenwald, we only see the first third of Eichenwald. I could probably count on just one hand the times I've seen all of Eichenwald be played out in a collegiate match.
Eichenwald is a nice one as well. You can get a little funny with that one using different heroes like Doomfist. Pharah can do some weird things on it as well, Junkrat especially. But in all honesty, we're probably going to be stuck with King's Row, so I'm not trying to get my hopes up too much here. Honestly, as much as Jacob and I would love to see something else, I don't blame teams for going Kings. I completely understand it. It is a map that has been played to death, and that also means that it's been perfected in the form of comps that you can run and where you need to go with those comps. And we'll jump in real fast to take a quick look at our schedule to give you a reminder of what's to come tonight.
We're currently on the Mizzou versus South Florida match. We're one into that best of 5. Then we're going to be bringing it up with Old Dominion versus Boise State University, followed by South Dakota Mines versus University of Nebraska at Omaha. So still a long way to go, a lot of content to bring to you. One thing I will say for King's Row that I think it does have, in fairness, going for it, is that these two teams, by and large, with the exception of Night Market, have been trading, you know, pick for pick, or very evenly matched. So we could see one of those long goes down to the wire in point 3. We go into overtime, both teams tied at 3 apiece. I could see them picking King's Row just for that alone. I
could as well, and one thing also to point out is that Tommy Salami has the tag Defender of the Underworld, meaning that they played a lot of the PvE event on King's Row, but based off of what you and I are seeing right now, because production's kind to us.
Yes.
We actually are getting our wish granted.
I am actually seeing, well, at first I saw a very dankly lit room inside, so I was thinking, King's Row again. But we could be getting toyed with here because in this, you can't see it right now on this camera angle, but off to the side we are seeing this fly-through of Blizzard World being brought out, which I would be very much in favor of.
As would I, but are you? We're getting toyed with.
Okay, we are getting toyed with the King's Row. Okay, yeah, they're showing a Halo map now, so production is definitely trying to just mess with us, get our hopes up. And just, we don't know what's going on, so we just have to go back to it's probably King's Row. Oh, it's King's Row! Look at that! Thank you very much, production. You sure toyed with our emotions there.
I understand. I don't hold it against either of the teams. It is the map of Overwatch. Like, honestly, there really is no other hybrid map unless there is a league that decides King's Row is not in the rotation, which has happened before. But I digress. It's King's Row for a hybrid map. Anyone who is shocked or surprised, you have not watched nor played enough Overwatch, obviously.
But it's a popular stage for a reason. A lot of teams scrim on this one just as a default. A lot of teams, this is their best stage just because it's played so much, and it can lead to those exciting, nail-biting finishes in the Omnic Factory. So overall, still, as much as we make fun of it, I'm always happy to return to Kings Row.
Tragically, I don't think we see as much creativity with Kings Row as we did in Overwatch 1. I mean, this map gave birth to, Clockwork, which was viable on this, and Nimbani. It was the composition to beat GOATs other than Glass Cannon, because Clockwork Vendetta did not enjoy GOATs and said, yeah, we ain't doing that. Check this one out. And then there is, of course, the Statue of Liberty play that was brought out in the OG Overwatch realm as well by Northwood. So that creativity just isn't there as much. We have one tank to work around. But nonetheless, it is an exciting map to go into. This could go to the wire, and I hope it does. That's just the nature of Kings Row. It's all or nothing every single time.
Now, it does look like we are, at least production is meeting us halfway at making this the daytime Kings Row. So this is a stage that is in daytime. It's not nighttime Kings Row, at least.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, after you toyed with our hearts and then broke them into a million pieces, thank you. But
Let me at least get the virtual vitamin D.
I can appreciate that.
I don't see the sun enough.
I do see a Genji, though, setting up on the defense team.
Genji is a fine pick. If you watched the Path of Pro broadcast over the weekend for Calling All Heroes, there was a lot of Genji play happening.
Overall, if I'm to guess who is going to be on defense, now that South Florida picked this, that means Mizzou most likely has set themselves up on defense. They have. They've not only brought out the Genji, but they've also brought out the Bastion as well to set up. In fact, both teams are going with a Bastion. This is what I want to see here. This is a shakeup from the first game, and I'm all for it.
Bboop is choosing to go with the Zarya over the Orisa. There was a swap after recognizing the comp Mizzou decided to go with. It is War of Attrition with the variant of Genji, whereas the side of South Florida is choosing to go with the Mercy Baptiste healing combo, and Coach goes down to Gambit immediately, as does Saki. One thing to keep in mind is the most recent update changed how Baptiste burst healing works. So that shift heal, not as powerful as it used to be, because jokingly saying Baptiste had 3 health bars between normal health bars, shift, and Immor was a little broken in 1v1.
Rito's already doing a little bit of peeking out with this Echo, trying to kind of divide maybe a little attention away from Mizzou. But now the full team push comes to fruition, fresh with the Zarya bubble. Rito moves into action, but is taken out by Clairvoyant on the Orisa of all things.
The battle cattle comes in strong. We're about to hit the 3rd fight opportunity here for South Florida to push to the gateway. They are going to have to deal with a Captive Sun, Terra Surge, and Ant Matrix the longer this 3rd engage drags on. And Terra Surge plus Captive Sun is just the combo. There is nothing you can do about it unless you have Beat, Transcendence, or Crying.
Rito now has the copy being brought online. Is going to copy through, try to get their own Captive Sun. Meanwhile, work is being done by Mizzou down on point. Clairvoyant taking out Saki. This one, hope that they have the Captive Sun is going to be ended by Gambit. South Florida still having a tough time getting onto the point.
Clairvoyant still with Terra Surge. We have Blade online, Artillery Strike, Amplification Matrix on both sides. Then Valve Visor coming up as well as Grab. Kirito has decided to swap over to Pharah, deciding that the Echo is just not worth it. Perhaps he'll stay with Pinto a little bit more because he's on the screen on Pharah. But good luck into a Bastion, and Orisa, and Bap as we hear Terra Surge as well as Artillery Strike drop down. The death from above has taken down 2 of the side of South Florida.
One unfortunate thing about that fight was that South Florida, I mean, I could understand if they didn't use any ultimates and okay, we've got that Bastion ultimate out of the way, but they used everything they had to push through. So unless this Graviton Surge really works wonders for them, this last minute could be a Mizzou victory.
They bide their time well. They have forced Spear Spin, however, Zarya is not high charged. There's no follow-up unless the DPS are able to get in position. We see Genji doing damage from the side. There's a chance this grab is being held onto strictly for the Genji blade as well. The folks made their way into Hotel. Zarya comes with. There's Captive Sun, lands on 2. Gambit goes down. Currently, the side of South Florida is up, but they lose their support. Grab is popped. Zarya, you have to clean up 3 people by yourself. That is a hero Herculean task if I've ever seen one. Unfortunately, it does not work out.
Bebop did manage to get up to a pretty healthy charge on the Zarya, but unfortunately when that happened, the rest of the team wasn't able to be found. And for all the ultimates used, there was still one in Mizzou's pocket, the Amplification Matrix. You can just pop that down, get a quick pick onto South Florida and dash their hopes, because South Florida has to make it on this push. That's a great start on the backstab, but it is traded as Saki is taken out. Terra Surge brought out by Mizzou. And it rips through a whole lot of utility, but not too many players. South Florida still might have a chance at this. They got to get on the point, though, and contest it, and they can't.
No one touched, unfortunately. Tragic. And really, Zarya is the tank that most people will go against Orisa. It just did not work out in this instance. The mirror composition was much more even. Unfortunately, South Florida made that decision to swap to the mirror too late.
Maybe if there were a few more team fights, and it could be a different story. But one thing also I gotta say is probably, you know, the ult management too, of just how many ults you're trading in a team fight. You know, South Florida had, you know, just traded 1 for 2 in a team fight instead of using them all. Maybe they could have set up some sort of match where they had the overwhelming advantage. But that's all in the past. Now we have to focus on Mizzou's task, which is only to get to the point and get the first tick. Kind of figures that and the one thing that we can always predict, Kings Row, we still end up caster cursing it because we predict that it's going to go to the final point, and 2 times in a row, we're not even getting the payload out.
Hey, I said it's either all or nothing. That is how it is.
Okay, I'll take the full blame for that.
Or full cap. I'm trying to take the doc stance of, I didn't say either.
I didn't say either. Impressive rules, Lori Arena.
Thank you.
5, 4, 3.
All right, the timer is ticking down to Mizzou's first push,
Defend objective
and
A.
possibly their journey to a match point. Mizzou is gonna, well, it looks like they might have brought out the Widowmaker, but instead gonna go over to the Hanzo. Still, great long-range heroes that can get picks like nobody's business if you're super accurate. South Florida still sticking on this Bastion, though, bringing in the Sig as their tank.
Both teams are mirroring the Sigma, as well as the support line. The only variation is just DPS, so which one proves to be more powerful? Plus that pylon is almost in an untouchable spot unless the side of Mizzou decides to actually take down high ground. But Toast overstays their welcome around the corner, gets deleted. Looks like Sigma Beepoop will join them as well.
Yeah, big shout out to Gambit on that Ash. Perfect positioning, not only take out the pylon, but almost instantly got a pick. So well done by Mizzou. They were able to kind of recognize where South Florida had positioned and instantly make the adjustments necessary to take that point in record time. And it is going to be Tommy Salami as the Alari with this captive son. And this was kind of South Florida's last chance to make it onto the point. This ultimate in and of itself just stopped the team dead in their tracks.
There's still one more map to go. It is going to be Escort. Now the question is, will South Florida make a response and start the comeback at this point and send us into a map 4, theoretically maybe a map 5 as well? Well, of course, they have to answer that question for us. Now what map it is, I just hope it's not Dorado again.
Well, at least with it not being hybrid, we can get into the possibility that maybe there's some sort of cheeky off-meta pick that South Florida can use to get back into the action, because at least, you know, it's not the default choice of Kings Row.
Okay, so you could go Rialto, there's Shimbali. If you want to go Shimbali, I wish you luck, because that map tends to be very steamroll as well. You could go Havana if you're confident in your sniper play. There's options, but your own skill as well as like comfort limits you based off of what type of composition you want to run. You have to be very dynamic to have the full range of maps at your will.
I'm also thinking, no, I don't think you bring up Gibraltar.
Let's not go Gibby.
Yeah, I don't think that's the option as well. I mean, as much as you said, I hope we don't go it, we might just go run it back with Dorado. The only thing that we would have seen, if that is the choice, if that is what the teams actually decide to go with.
It's Dorado, I'm telling you that now.
It is, hey! So the only variety we've seen in terms of map choices was the first control stage. Other than that, it has been wash, rinse, repeat. But overall, I mean, I do hope that we go a lot longer, that we go past the second checkpoint, we get at least to the third, because I know South Florida, from what we saw in the first stage, South Florida can stand up to Mizzou. And I do want to see matches that are more than just 3-0 blowouts. I'd love if South Florida, you know, just for the drama, I'm not picking any size team. Mizzou, if you win, congrats. South Florida, if you win, congrats. But just as a caster, I want to see a possible reverse sweep be brought in. Let's get all the way to go to Game 5 and see South Florida find it in themselves to be able to bring this game back.
Yes, for the storytelling, let's go all the way to Game 5. Now, this map, I personally enjoy it. Immortality is much as I requested. They're going to go down on the core storytelling aspect. We have seen South Florida favor this Echo pick, and most likely they're stuck on offense first. But Echo, in conjunction with a Mercy, can sweep around right side, and if you can get your supports positioned up there, or even just having an Echo in general, and then having your supports rotate right side on coastline, get stationed on high ground, have someone slowly push the cart like we saw Fisher do earlier, the Moira pushing cart when everyone else was just dealing with making space and gaining space. You can take it slower, work on positioning, get people where you need them to go, and by pushing back the defense off the high ground, you've successfully claimed everything up until the bridge, and you're like, have fun being payload princess, my friend, and you keep going and pushing back the defensive team.
Do you think that we'll at least see, do you think there's anything that South Florida is going to have to do in terms of changing up their comp? Because they've really kind of been sticking into that bastion in terms of the DPS pick, but is there anything about Dorado that you think might force them to go with a different comp, different hero choices?
Genuinely, I don't think, at least on offense, running Bastion when high ground control defaults to defense, which is pretty standard, is the best way to go unless you're really good at playing your angles and understanding your cooldowns. Because you swing a corner already with wheels up, you are going to get looked at and deleted, and you're extremely squishy. So either you're going to cost your support an ability to keep you alive, or you're going to cost your tank an ability to keep you alive, or worse, you're costing the life of a teammate to keep you alive.
You never really want to go into the mentality of just everyone try to carry the one DPS.
Yes.
That's not necessarily how it should work, especially in Overwatch 2 when you only have one tank. I mean, maybe if you had a tank to peel off with you and do
Yes.
some cheeky things in the back line like you did in Overwatch 1, but it's a different story right now. So here we go, back into Dorado, South Florida. Having map choice makes me believe that Mizzou has once again decided to go with defense
5,
first.
4,
So it's more of a question of how far can South Florida push
attackers in
initially. We are going to be bringing out still the same Echo and a Widowmaker. There is no Widowmaker to duel with, though, on the side of Mizzou. Saki immediately makes that fact known by taking out Ashley. See this Diva getting right up into the high ground. Clairvoyant is going to go over and just force that Widow off, but they have to pay for it with their mech. Now back down to Pilot Diva, taken out by Corito, who has picked up a double. And now South Florida is going with gas.
You do have Gambit, the Tracer, the one who's in charge of contesting the cart, taking a position where they know they'll be within one blink of cover, but they're walking forward with an Echo looking down main. Get a little bit of pepper damage onto Echo. Widowmaker still down there, has not moved and has not been challenged. That's a little bit of a problem. Diva gets out, still has mech. Fast Bud goes down for the side of Mizzou.
And with that Echo taken out, I mean, there's really no one that can contest Corito in the air right now. And I don't know if you want to use that many blinks on the Tracer just to say hi to the Echo before falling down in midair, but that does not seem like the way forward.
We do see Echo goes down as well. Mercy put themselves in hot water, gets punished. Gambit goes down to Saki. Toast is unfortunately getting bullied back by the Brigida. Clairvoyant's going to chase after Diva, most likely looking to get Diva out of mech. Toki has to go say bye for a little bit. Kirito has copy online. He's going to wait for their Mercy to play safe.
South Florida has had a huge amount of time, though, to build up all of their utilities. They're going to have the Nano Boost come online. They're getting very close to the self-destruct as well. In fact, we're going to see Nano Boost for both teams, basically. So it could be a very key decision of, does the Ana get picked first from the other team? Because you're taking a huge swing ability away from their other team. We saw it happen in the first game, I think, the Nano Boost, the Ana got taken out before the Nano Boost. That's not going to be the case right now. Toast uses his Nano Boost. Saki is going to be eliminated. Bebop throws out the self-destruct, and the Sleep Dart goes on to Clairvoyant. Whole lot of damage being placed on Clairvoyant. Backstab Bud eliminated by that self-destruct. South Florida now making their way into the plaza, slowly moving towards that first checkpoint. They're using the last ultimate that they had to start this fight, which is the Valkyrie. Some more come online, the copy and the infrared sights. They're using them as they get them. Mizzou is hold on to their self-destruct now. Can they pick up anyone from South Florida? Yes, they get Toast.
Where was Toast in that moment? Team also goes down. Saki follows thereafter. Some full reset coming out for the side of South Florida.
Mizzou just sat there calm, cool, and collected. They let South Florida use every single ultimate, then just used one self-destruct. They threw the anti-nade onto Bebop shortly afterwards, and hey, that's some ultimate economy and trading that you'll take any day of the week.
This composition that Mizzou is running for defense is a pretty standard one, and it's working out very well. We do have South Florida make an adjustment. They no longer are running the Mercy. They decided to go over to Kiriko just because these anti-nades are being oppressive for them. Pulse Bomb goes down. It does not pick up anybody. Gambit, I'm really curious how many times Gambit has been eliminated. I think it's only been maybe once or twice.
Backstab Bud just holding on to this copy along with the rally from Ashley. Another Nano Boost is now coming online for Tommy Salami. They have everything in their wheelhouse, focusing everything now onto Bebop, trying to knock him off of this high ground. The rest of the team very far away from the payload. Need one person to touch it. There is some contest going on. Copy goes on to the brig. Rito is taken out of their copy. Leo and Brigida, along with Tommy Salami, are going to use their ultimates. We see two self-destructs be brought out by Mizzou. The floor is lava, the air is lava, everything is lava and exploding around you. South Florida is stopped before they can get to the first checkpoint.
0-0. Switching sides.
And possibly one of the most annoying parts to have the payload get stuck. Right underneath the bridgeway. Let's see if they're able to hold back Mizzou. Tragically, have they gone just a few meters further and had it past it, slightly easier to hang on defense for second, but not so much when it's directly underneath the bridge.
We do hear the rooster crowing in the background, and it could be signaling the end for this match. Wrapping up rather quickly, just like the first one did. We'll see if Mizzou tries anything she can.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. You see what I'm thinking, like what's making me say those words, right? You saw that outline.
I did see, I'm seeing a monkey and a junkrat too.
Oh, I think that's a hog.
It's a, oh,
That's
I'm sorry,
a
it's
hog.
sorry, a big round thing, I'm sorry, that is a hog, but I mean still a hog and junkrat bringing out pulled pork into this scenario. Mizzou is feeling really confident.
5,
South Florida is going to position themselves as close to the initial doors as they can get. Here we go.
Are you kidding?
Are you joking? You just hop right up and try to hook them off the roof?
It didn't work. Clairvoyant's probably going back to swap. It's a one and done type deal.
Okay.
It was. It's kind of like on old Overwatch 1 when you'd run Gibby, you could have the Orisa hold and then use Hog Hook out on the bridge when you're on offense and just get someone who is right on the walkway hiding in the doorway. But then after you did that combo, you walked back and swapped.
I like seeing this, though. This is a battle for pride. We're seeing both boosted echoes go up against each other, but it's going to be Backstab Bud who picks up the elimination onto Kirito. That Mercy, her days are short as well. All of South Florida is falling. And I think this is going to be a very easy drive into the parking spot for Mizzou.
Diva gets demeched and eliminated. There's two on. They're deciding to push forward as well as opposed to putting the third man. Technically, yes, South Florida can rally to get another touch on. Maybe both supports are back here. And they've got the third person touching payload. I do not think South Florida can get in time.
And that is going to do it. Mizzou takes it in another sweep for the night, 3-2-0. We'll see just one more player of the game. I was hoping Tommy Salami would have it one more time. Just as many excuses as I can have to say that name.
Oh my gosh. Well, it's going to be Clairvoyant with the self-destruct kill on Toast that I didn't think would kill anybody, and then follow up with the kill onto the Widowmaker. A little bit of supportal combat took out one other than Mercy. That was the Ana.
So Mizzou will be the champion for this match, and that makes us go halfway through tonight, still with the Old Dominion Boise State game on deck, followed by South Dakota Mines versus University of Nebraska at Omaha. But we do have plenty of time left before the next game starts, and I do believe that there is a video that was sent in to us by Old Dominion University, and we want to thank you. Thank Old Dominion University very much for putting this video together, because we've seen incredible growth in the amount of participation in NACE Star League over the years, and we want to have more colleges and organizations be brought in. So if you have a highlight you want to share, or you want to highlight your esports program overall, then contact us at partnerships@playfly.com to have your university program featured. Just submit your videos right there. Well, we're going to leave you with that video from Old Dominion University, and also a special message from Truth before we head into the break. We'll see you at the next match. Please stay tuned.
Breathe in and know that vaping nicotine can actually increase feelings of stress.
Yet some vape companies get rich telling you it's a stress reliever.
So let's call it what it is. It's a breath of stress air.
From club to varsity program, esports has gained presence as the newest addition to collegiate sports. This past summer, the ODU esports program put their skills to the test in preparation for the NACE Star League Varsity Premier Fall 2023 season. Here is a look at some of our new players and returners as they share what trials they are to face in the Varsity Overwatch League this season.
So I'm Blascon de Lima. My in-game tag is X+X on most platforms. I am a Overwatch 2 varsity support. I am generally going to be playing the main support role this season, and that means I'm also in charge of ult tracking, deciding when fights are won or lost, and other like team leading responsibilities such as that.
My name is Mia. It's spelled M-E-A, and my friends call me Mia. My name in game is Hey It's Lion, which is from the lion from Steven Universe.
My name is Destiny. I am technically a junior. It's my 4th year at ODU though. I go by Chulettes online. Right now I am the team manager for JV.
So generally speaking, since I'm a commuter, I have to, get ready, pack my specs, which normally includes my headset and mouse, and then I drive over here to ODU.
We play like scrims at night, usually 2 times a week.
Later on throughout the week, we'll do something called a VOD review, where we'll look over our gameplay and find the key parts of what we did so we can improve on it for the next time. I look forward to cooperating with my team, smiling together even if we win, even if we lose.
I absolutely love them. They're fun. They're a blast to be around. Whenever I play games with them, it's more fun, and it's just nice to bond over Overwatch and just like throw a few jokes around and calm.
Even though Varsity Overwatch faced a loss this week, players were not discouraged. They used this as momentum on ways to improve in the coming weeks.
Last semester was like a year where you really wanted to win, but this semester we're trying to like build up synergy.
I've been playing Overwatch for like ever since it came out, and I didn't start like practicing and getting better until a few years ago. I just really try to like get better every time I play.
Individual improvements that I focus on, like improving heroes, improving my mechanics, improving my game sense and my communication skills. The main challenges would definitely be just adapting to new metas.
There's a lot of meta in the game that we don't really adapt to. So a big struggle is just like, playing better than other teams.
My main goals is to get us to top 10 this year for conferences.
I'm excited for just tournaments and big wins and stuff like that, because I think it'll be fun to celebrate with everyone. And again, just to achieve something like that.
Really, honestly, just seeing how our team plays in these upcoming matches, but also it's seeing how much growth we can make.
What makes me very proud about it is the fact that I do this as my major as well, because my major is game design. So when I get on the game and I start playing, I think about in my head how much I am lucky to be able to do this. So I'm like proud that I got on the team and I got this position, because I feel like it'll help me later on.
Achievement so far is that I'm the first woman on the varsity team. I think that's pretty cool. There's been women in the JV team, but I think it's cool to be like first of something and to be able to like be someone that maybe people can look up to be like, that's really cool, like I want to do that.
As a team, it's just like, I think it's a pretty big accomplishment that Mia was the first girl to like make it as a starter on varsity, so good for her. But also it's just like being able to have like a good, healthy team environment and allowing her to feel welcome, but also like being kind of like a little family.
This has been Isabel Colon bringing you a Monarchs legacy.
Welcome back to the Varsity-League studio. The competition rolls on, and we've got Old Dominion versus Boise State on deck here for our Overwatch 2 lineup tonight. We've already seen 2 collegiate games, both of them 3-0 sweeps. Will we have a change of pace for this game? We're going to find out. I am your host, Jacob Jem Palmer. I am joined by Matt Mercadante, also known as Matt Merck, varsity collegiate player, so has kind of a special inside view on a lot of collegiate happenings. And so far tonight, we have seen a lot of very impactful tank play, especially on the Zarya. You, as a tank player, tell us just your general impressions of what you've seen tonight and the power of Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, you see Zarya, especially on those smaller maps, you know, you get a lot of value out of the allied bubble. They did buff that, 225 HP. So you're able to get 45 charge now instead of just 40 from one bubble. The bubble is 2 seconds shorter of a cooldown. So on those small maps, you see Zarya, once she gets that high charge, she's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it's just all down to the timing. I think we saw that most with how Fisher used. They just put all those bubbles on their flanky DPSs. And so if you're just joining us, you don't know what I'm talking about Fisher, well, let's take a look at the schedule and how we got here. We started out with a match of Central Michigan versus Fisher. Then we moved on to Mizzou versus South Florida. Now we go to tonight's matchup, the third matchup of the night, Boise State versus Old Dominion, before we finish it out with South Dakota Mines going up against Nebraska Omaha. And now that we're focusing in on the Boise State versus Old Dominion matchup, we can take a look at the lineups that both universities are bringing to the table for tonight. Matt will be able to give us a little bit of insight on those. So for Old Dominion, you have Adelot, Index, Joka Joey, Hey It's Lion, and Blast on Old Dominion. Then we have Bagel, Chosen, Moose, Lyric, and Clear playing for Boise State. You can tell Clear I said that. Matthew knows these teams' mates for Boise State, so tell us a little bit about the roles for Boise State, how that's shaping up tonight.
You do see something a little different here. You see 3 of our support players in with Bagel, Chosen, and Lyric. Makes you think, who's going to be on DPS? And from what I hear, Chosen's going to be picking up the DPS role tonight for this match.
Well, and Nerdy said earlier, was just talking about supports just essentially are going more in the DPS direction with every new support hero that's being released. So they should already have a good amount of experience clicking on heads. But Old Dominion, I'm really excited to see how they perform, because just before the break, if you were watching, Old Dominion University had a great start, had a great video that they shared with us. Again, if you want to partner with Varsity-League, go to partnerships@playfly.com to send in your videos about your program and your highlights, and we'll be happy to showcase them here on stream. But now we're going into the same control stage that we started off with last time, Legion Tower. So Matt, give us your thoughts on Legion. We started out on Control Center last time, but what would you most like to see? What do you have the most fun playing on?
You know, I gotta say, I like Control Center as well. It's so brawly, it allows those fast comps, the Lucio. And Zarya could be really strong on it, you know? The short range of it allows her beam to get the maximum value. You can't really play outside of her effective range, and it enables her bubbling a Reaper or even a Genji. It's gonna make Zarya really strong.
All right, we are just on deck for the first matchup of Boise State versus Old Dominion University. The overall pattern that has been playing out tonight has been 3-0s, but we'll see if either Old Dominion or Boise State has a wrench to throw in that, because if they do, that means that we might have a chance at seeing Flashpoint be brought out as a stage. And what are your overall thoughts on Flashpoint thus far?
Flashpoint is one of those maps that Lucio is, once again, very strong. You want to be able to get to the next point fast, you know. The control point only lasts a minute, 10 seconds. So you want to be able to get, hopefully, 2 fights in. Sometimes you only get 1, and the Lucio really helps you get that second fight in. And rotate earlier, you see a lot of those brawly compositions. It's a really fun map type to play in.
Well, let's make those sneakers that Nerdy wore to the studio worth it and see some key Lucio play on Flashpoint. But as we're ready to start off with Control Center or Night Market or Gardens, you know, I most like personally Gardens to start out with. Just always having, you know, the back of your mind, you know, that Lucio could either boop you into the drink, or if there's a very dominant Pharmercy, you know, she could boop you off the bridge. I always like those stages where an environmental is always in the back of your head, because that really adds a lot of excitement in my mind.
Yeah, once again, I like that Control Center. I really like the fast-paced brawly comps. I like it getting hectic. People don't know what's going on. It really shows who has better coordination on those sort of map types.
Well, our questions will be answered. You are going to get your wish, Matt. We are going to start out on Control Center first. See Old Dominion to the left, Boise State to the right, getting ready to start off the third match of the night. After this, we will go to the final match of the night. It's going to be South Dakota Mines versus University of Nebraska at Omaha. Right now, Boise State versus Old Dominion, week 2 of the NACE Star League Overwatch season. Who is going to be adding another win to their column, and who will be going into next week with a lot of VOD reviewing to do? All of our questions soon to be answered right now. And we're to take a look at some of the outlines. I believe we already see an Orisa being brought out for one of the teams. Be a Bastion as well.
Yeah, it is Boise State's bread and butter. As someone with some inside information, let's just say they really like the Orisa Bastion comps. And so I expect that's going to be Boise State that's on the Orisa.
All right, and it actually isn't. They are instead, we got a little bit of a role reversal going on. Old Dominion is bringing out that composition. We'll see how it serves them. Right now, Claire taking a whole bunch of damage off of Old Dominion is going to be able to tank it out. Right now, Old Dominion is showing up. They're going to throw down the Immortality Field that gets very quickly taken out by the Broncos, and their tank is hurting a lot for health. Still sticking in there, but the same can't be said for the Bastion. He's going to fall. Now the tank falls. Hey, it's Lion is going to be the next on Boise State's list. A pretty clear team wipe, and that's going to allow Boise State to take the point first.
Great sustain there from Clear with those bubbles. He did end up having to use almost all of them on himself, but Lyric was keeping up through the basket field.
Adelot moving on, lands the Javelin, putting as much damage as he can onto Clear. Clear's going to have to bubble out of there. Stay Alive has the Graviton Surge coming on deck. Right now, Chosen has been taken out. Graviton Surge used against Old Dominion. Joey still is going to be taken out. Hey, it's Lion is going to take Clear. So with the tank gone, Old Dominion gets enough presence for themselves to take the point back. So the question is now Boise State, how much will they have to push forward with? Well, they're getting very close on just about 4 of their 5 ultimates, so for sure going to have the Amp Matrix they could use any time now. That beat is going to come online as well as the infrared sight. Old Dominion is getting a little bit close with their photon barrier, but not as close as Boise State. But hey, if you can get picks like that right off the bat, taking out Moose and Lyric, then I think that ultimate differential is going to be evened up very quickly. Old Dominion doing a good job of maintaining control of the point.
Yeah, going into this next fight, Old Dominion, almost 4 ults online. They're going to be able to sustain through that Blade of Speed. Lyric Clear looking to take it a little early on the aggro.
The first ultimate used is the Amp Matrix thrown down by Lyric. Old Dominion is going to have their first player taken out. That's Joey. NG Blade and the beat coming down from Boise State. Just a little bit of everything being used, including the photon barrier on Old Dominion's side. All but 1 ultimates have been used. The Terror Surge still available for Old Dominion. Boise State and Old Dominion have both lost 1 in this fight. 4v4. Old Dominion has gained a lot of charge. Now going to bring out the Terror Surge to lead Chosen from the play field. But Boise State, with Chosen and Clear, getting 2 picks before that Terror Surge was used, they're able to take back the point.
Yes, Old Dominion using a lot of ults on that fight, but they're not too upset because they were able to get a whole lot of percentage out of it to the point where it's almost 1-fight territory once they win this. If they win this next fight, sorry.
They're going to have the luxury of being able to use the first ultimate. That artillery fire from Joey could prove decisive. They try the symmetric teleport, but Clear reads it and pushes them off the edge with a double. And it's just keeping the eliminations going. He gets the double environmental, follows it up, get a triple for himself. The rest of Boise State swinging for the team wipe. That was insane.
This is really good for Boise State now that they do have the Doomfist ult. Moose goes down though. 5v4 in this next fight.
Ooh, artillery, how much is that going to be a pain in Boise State's side? Not too much. The only thing that happened was Joey himself got taken out by Clear. And this impressive Doomfist play by Clear has set a new standard, although Old Dominion was still able to sneakily take the point away from Boise State. And the timer is still ticking up in their favor. They are contesting it, so as much as they can get off of that cheeky capture, they have put themselves in one fight territory. They're able to sustain or get back to the point quick enough to have a true team fight. Joey is going to be able to take out a large bagel. Now Old Dominion, oh man, it's going to be tough. With the Lucio speed boost, I think they can make it back for a full team fight.
Yeah, those last picks does force Old Dominion to change up their comp. They're off the Bastion, onto Tracer, just looking to be able to touch the point here. And 3%, they gotta rush through the tank.
Make their way onto the point with the help of the Amp Matrix, but Clear and Chosen continuing to be a pain for Old Dominion. Index was able to take out Chosen, but now there's only one left for Old Dominion. This Orisa is not going to be able to tank it out on the point. That is going to be the match take, the first map taken, by Boise State. And oh my goodness, I am still, I was talking so much about how I wanted to see Gardens first off because of the environmentals, but Chosen just proved me wrong. Clear, proved me wrong. He just said, I'm gonna pick it up on Command Center. Yes. And say he read that perfectly, just waited for them. And then they were all gone. That poor Baptiste coming out of the teleporter. It's like, where's my team? They're gone. They're falling off the edge. But overall, I mean, in terms of the score, it was still pretty close between both these teams. Old Dominion managed to make it up to 89%, and so it still could be a very close game overall. But as we're looking at the big board behind us with all of the players that are, I mean, you know, did Clear, how much is Clear practice on Doomfist?
You know, I have to say, I think it's just natural talent. I haven't seen him on Doomfist at all.
Okay.
I think he's just got
you think he's gunning to be the main tank of the team now?
Hold on a second.
Hold on a second, Matt says. Well, we're now looking at the remaining stages that we have for Night Market. We still could see we could see Night Market, I just said that, or we could see Gardens be brought out to close out Li Jiang. But as of right now, we're just waiting to get all the little odds and ends worked out of this match, because sometimes that is the nature of a live event and a live match, at that sometimes things just go a little bit awry. But overall, I was also very impressed at Old Dominion's ability. They kind of sneakily took the point, and that almost put them in a position where they might have just been able to take the round for themselves. If they had managed to fight it out on point. What's kind of the most promising thing that you saw from Old Dominion that we could look for going forward?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like they were able to like focus the point a lot more, like you said. I mean, we saw Boise State probably won quite a bit more team fights there, but the percentages did not make it seem like that, just because they would come in, they'd sneak the point, and while that did make them get a little bit split, if they can group up on the point together, I think that could help them fight against Boise State in this matchup.
A lot of our questions still yet remain. As in, who's going to make more of a rush for it to the initial point?
We're going to see a TP to point with a Bastion by at least one of the teams.
Night Market, it is the classic Symmetra race. Old Dominion takes the teleport onto the point. Boise State is following afterwards, but as we saw in the last game, sometimes just some well-placed area of effect damage can get a team off of the point.
Boise State on a comp that's more focused on surrounding the enemy as opposed to pressuring the point. Might allow Old Dominion to take the point for at least a little bit, and they do capture it.
Joka Joey is taken out. That's a whole lot of damage that the Broncos don't have to worry about. Moose gets the next pick on the index, and I gotta say, it's been the team that hasn't taken the point first and foremost. Overall, the team that's done the Symmetra telepoint hasn't been the team that's kept the point for a lot of the games we've seen tonight.
Yes, and we did see some tactical crouching there from Clear.
Overall, Boise State is now moving onward, past the 15% mark. Joey is trying to get onto the point, or trying to keep Boise State, trying to get back toward the point. But he's taken a whole bunch of damage in the process. He's caught in the corner. He's going to have to rely on some healing from his supports. Hey, it's Lion. Bites the dust thanks to Moose. That Widowmaker has proven in clutch for Boise State. Continue to move forward. Boise State not only has made its way back to excuse me, I'm sorry. Old Dominion has taken back the point, and it's at 40% right now.
Very few healings coming out from Old Dominion, and in spite of that, they're up to 50% because they just forced the point with the teleport.
But it almost seemed like a bait from Boise State, just waiting for them to come in, and then they unleashed a barrage of eliminations back on to Old Dominion. So now this percentage difference is probably going to be even back up. In terms of the ultimates, we do see a large bagel on deck with the Captive Sun. Old Dominion goes in for a teleport again.
They eat the Captive Sun.
That is huge. Old Dominion now does not have to worry about any ultimates from Boise State. And now that they have the point back in their possession, they can continue allowing the timer to tick up. What was kind of their main strength in the last match is just focusing on the objective and letting the score go up.
Playing into their strengths here. Old Dominion, though, actually able to find the picks. They might be able to sustain on point for this fight. Faster respawns on the side of Boise State, though, and the Sim is going to be trapped outside. Might be a little spawn camp Boise State could go for. Lots of ults online for Old Dominion, though. Nearly 5 if they build up that beat.
Old Dominion is now in final fight territory. They're going to bring out the artillery fire to try to keep Boise State at bay. Lion is the first one taken out. It's a trade back, though. Boise State gets one of their supports taken out. Now both of them, as Joka Joey goes ham on point, securing Old Dominion the second round of this first game on Legion. We're going all the way to Gardens.
Old Dominion only ended up using 2 ults that fight. Surprisingly.
Score.
We saw Joey getting kind of focused a lot earlier on, didn't really have the time to make plays, but once he was able to be protected, get the artillery shell, and just unleash all of that raw damage that he can push out, he just tore right through Boise State. That Kitsune rush by Lyric, unfortunately for the Broncos, did not do anything to stem the bleeding. All right.
The last and final map is, of course, going to be Gardens.
But Old Dominion really showing that they can step up and it's not going to let themselves be trampled by the Broncos. I was hoping for a very even match, and I got to say, Old Dominion is making the best with what they have. Even if they don't win a team fight or they lose too many people, they're always having the objective in mind, where it seems Boise State seems like they're going a little bit more for the flashy plays. You know, they want the big team wipes. They want their ultimates just tear through. They want the highlight reel stuff. But at the end of the day, it's a game about objectives first and foremost.
Yep. I would like to see at least someone on Boise State trying to go for the touch to prevent that flip, because it's just so huge or so bad for the Broncos, just giving up that much percentage for free despite winning the fight. You really can't be giving that away.
Now we head on over to Gardens. Old Dominion has said that has shown that they're the ones that are a little bit more willing to use that Symmetra teleport, but the word to the wise, that isn't the case on Gardens. And Boise State is going to be bringing out a Far Mercy. Old Dominion actually just goes for the teleport, and it has managed to make their way onto the point. Now, saving grace, I mean, they do have a lot of cover from this Far Mercy, so it might just be the last lap for them as Boise State is trying to find a way to work around all of this environmental clear. taking a lot of damage. Also, Chosen had to respawn all out of there to survive.
They once again opting for those comps that are more off the objective, trying to surround the enemy as they force it, but once again, they give it up for free. They need to find a pick here if they want this comp to work.
And a Javelin right to the Diva mech takes her out of her mech. Adelot is doing a great job on this. Orisa has been a huge point. It's usually the last one down also. Even Boise State on Command Center, Adelot proved to be the tankiest of all of Old Dominion. Now they're moving in with the barrage. It is going to take out Joey, but a well-placed Lantern is going to be able to bail out Old Dominion. Now they're going to use a few of their ultimates. They're going to use the Beat and the Amp Matrix to push a lot of pressure back onto the Broncos. And this fight just keeps on going. Old Dominion is past 30% on the objective charge. So even though Boise State getting more eliminations, they're eventually going to get the point, but not before it goes past 40%.
Now that Boise State is on the defensive here, they kind of need to start going first, because if we see the point get flipped that easily once again, and with how much time Old Dominion is gathering just by stalling on point, even when they're losing, that could get them up to 99%. So they do need a pick here, and they will get it with the boot kill. Diva bomb coming in, zoning off Old Dominion. Another move though from Joey. From Moose.
It's been pretty even in eliminations thus far, though. Old Dominion is matching back anything Boise State is throwing at them. This Kitsune Rush is trying to allow Boise State to stay onto the point. That's a nice barrage hit on the Index. And Adelot also bites the dust, so Boise State is going to take the lead, at least for the short while. Old Dominion does have a good amount of ultimates, though, on deck.
Old Dominion swapping the Sim onto the Echo. They lose a little bit of their mobility, but they really did need something that could contest Moose on Farah, and that is what they are doing with their comp swaps. On Alari and Ana as well, just more hit scan supports to try and get the sniper out of the sky.
Boise State is going for the route of just all this long-range damage being placed onto Old Dominion with both the Far Mercy and the Junkrat, as they have Chosen has swapped over to Old Dominion. Has taken a side route, a little bit more cover from all of those projectiles being lobbed at them. But now this is do or die time. We are past 80%. And can Old Dominion take the point back from Boise State? They have traded 1 for 1. 2 DPS is going down, but unfortunately for Old Dominion, it is that Bastion that was taken out. He is going to be able to use his artillery right off of the respawn. Index gets the pick on the Lyric, now moving on to Moose, and this artillery is coming in back up to take clear right off the point. Old Dominion takes back the point at just the last possible moment.
Boise State coming online with the tank and Farah ult here. Something to contest Old Dominion, but the Orisa ult is able to deny a lot of those if they go early with it, especially comboed with the nano boost.
Not just the Orisa ult, it could be the Alari ult, but that is a huge barrage brought out by the Broncos. Old Dominion makes their way back to the point, is going to bring out the Terra Surge. It isn't going to do anything, however. Boise State takes back the point in the final fight. But you have got to hand it to Old Dominion. They put everything possible into that first control match.
Yeah, Moose, I got to pay attention to Moose on the Farah there. He was doing so much. There was one fight, he got 2 environmental kills. In fact, this might be shown in the play of the game. The barrages were also going crazy as well. Really made Old Dominion switch up their entire comp, and it looked like that new comp wasn't really playing to Old Dominion's strength, just forcing the point.
Alrighty, so the first map is in the books. Boise State going up to a 1-0 lead against Old Dominion. But I do gotta say, Old Dominion seems to be slightly the more focused team, I gotta say. I think Boise State is still having a bit of trouble if they try showboating it too much, that they could really just trip over themselves.
Yeah, it seemed like Boise State there might have been going on some silly compositions. You know, they weren't on the compositions I've seen them practicing, to say the least. You know, they do love the Bastion, the Torb. Looks like the next map is going to be King's Row.
All right, so nothing changing in that regard. We are seeing the classic, the time-tested Kings Row. But unlike a lot of matches that we have seen with Kings Row, we haven't seen any team get past the first point because the defense has been so on point. And I have to wonder if Boise State, they don't have the choice of map, but they do have the choice what side they want to go on. So I would be thinking Boise State want to make it 3 for 3 for the night of perfect holds on the first point. Definitely seems like that's the mood that they're in. Question is, will they be as successful as the other colleges thus far tonight in achieving that goal?
I really want to see Boise State not go anything silly this time around, to say the least. I don't know how much I like that or the Alari Kiri Widow composition on Li Jiang.
They're definitely thinking outside the box. I'll give them that. But Old Dominion has proven themselves determined. They drove it to the third map on control, and I'm hoping that we at least get to see the Omnic Factory be brought into the mix, because I don't know if I've ever had a broadcast where Kings Row in multiple games, the first point has not been taken. I mean, that first point is a poster child of points that are hard to hold because you're so far away in your respawns. You gotta be so dominant in how you hold that point to hold it all the way. But maybe tonight is just one of those nights. We never quite know. But our two teams are ready to hop back into the mix. I'm pretty sure Boise State is going to choose to go on defense. And I mean, we are seeing a lot of that long-range composition. Yes, we are getting the confirmation BSU is defending. And hey, if they were already comfortable on that Widowmaker, on a lot of those long-range heroes, I mean, we saw Fisher to great effect earlier tonight. Some of these high ground points on Kings Row, if you cannot find a way to reliably get rid of all of those pesky long-range heroes that can just deal damage time after time again to you from above, unless you're able to rotate through theater or hotel, you're sitting ducks for the high points on Kings Row.
It does seem like BSU is going to be looking to stick to the streak we've seen this broadcast with full holding first.
Well, it's a risky strategy to have. We'll see if the Broncos can do it. I mean, the one thing about Old Dominion is I think they're going to be a team that maybe tries to take this maybe a tick at a time, because they are so good of diverting Boise State's attention and then taking the point for themselves. Maybe you just take a chip here and there. Here's a little bit of a highlight from the last stage we saw in Kings Row Clear, just picking up a double environmental, raining havoc on this Doomfist. So he's been the one to watch in terms of the tanks, but also Adelot for Old Dominion has been quite a force in his own right. I mean, Adelot was just sometimes was solo tanking it out against Boise State. It kind of shows a little bit of respect, that Boise State is a lot of times taking out every single other player and then collapsing on Adelot because they know he's just such a tough force to overcome.
Yeah, gotta also give credit to Joka Joey. I think in this fight we're gonna see right where there was the pop-off from the Bastion.
Yes, this was a huge moment for Old Dominion, is what allowed them to go to the third stage. Joka Joey, I mean, once he gets set up, he can unleash so much damage onto the other team. So here we go into Kings Row. Boise defending first. Based on the outlines that I see, it looks like they're going to be bringing out a SIG in terms of their tank choice. Something maybe a little bit more orthodox.
I will say it was looking like it was comboed with a May, which not too sure where that's going to come in for the composition.
Well, I mean, you were saying Boise State loves the brawly comps. They love going brawl. So, and he's, maybe SIG isn't probably, the best in terms of a brawl composition, but they'll try to find a way to make it work. So here we go, round 2 of the third match of week 2 of the NACE Star League. Boise State currently leads one, with Old Dominion having to attack first. And Boise State is taking a very severe angle on this choke point. It's just going to try to push a whole bunch of damage out from Hotel. Adelot is able to make it past the choke point, but Joka Joey behind him is eliminated. There is a trade, though, back onto Chosen, so Old Dominion could still be in this fight.
Boise State opting for the more slow comp. Old Dominion, Boise State needs to be careful if Old Dominion can build up that Nano Blade with the Ana and the Genji in this comp.
I mean, that is kind of a smart strategy, I would say. If they can make sure that their Genji can pop off on the Nano Blade, then it's just a matter of just making sure that they charge up to that ultimate combination, and then they've got the point taken for themselves.
Boise State looking for some of those staggers as Old Dominion doesn't have their whole team like trying to get the supports, but they could not find it.
Maywall's going to be thrown up by Boise State. It doesn't really peel anyone off from Old Dominion. You have one from Old Dominion going in for a flank through Hotel. Immortality Field's going to be placed down by Boise State. It's quickly burned through. Lyric hurting a little bit on health. The large bagel is going to throw out just a little bit of healing toward him. There goes the Gravitic. Is going to lift the Orisa on top of the Hotel entryway. It does help take out Joka Joey. Captive Sun now brought out by Blast. And it does do wonders for Old Dominion with Adelot charging up the center. I think that is going to be the first point finally taken on Keen's Row. We've broken the streak, and I am thrilled.
The first time on this broadcast that we saw that first point get taken. The Devil Supportal is a very strong combo to get through this first point as well.
Old Dominion is going to get a whole lot of time added back to them, now up to 4:30, but no matter what time they have, they're not going to stop the eliminations. Joka Joey gets a pick onto Lyric. Boise State has to throw up the Maywall. Large Bagel might have found himself out, almost hit by the Javelin. Having to run back. I mean, look at Adelot. He has so much space being given over to him. He is going right into the face of Clear. Clear is just trying to tank it out with all his Sigma abilities, but his time is limited. Adelot, though, now going to realize that maybe he bit off a little bit more he could chew by diving in there.
Old Dominion just wasn't ready. Moose comes back on Farah. You know, not something they probably expected with this composition, but the splash damage in that hallway, he was just poking them down so hard, they ended up getting picked without even noticing.
Old Dominion is going to be sitting on a lot of ultimates that they can use to continue to push that payload forward. 3 for sure. The Captive Sun might come into play halfway through this fight. Or with how slow Boise State is playing it, maybe as the fight starts, Chosen gets hit with the anti-nade. That's going to force him back a little bit. Oh, the Genji Blade is brought out at Large Bagel. You're not going to be able to knock a Genji away when he still has his blade. Adelot takes out Moose, but Chosen and Clear are fighting back, trying to make this not such a clear-cut victory for Old Dominion. Clear gets eliminated by Blastex. Chosen is trying to just freeze everyone on the point with this Blizzard. Doesn't really work, and that's going to be a Blizzard gone for Boise State. Lyric throws down his Lantern. This is huge. Old Dominion made Boise State spend a whole ultimate and is still pushing forward with the payload.
Old Dominion does have the ults that they use to capture first point, both the Nano and the Alari ult. That combo just allows them to pop the Sunburst so much easier. You could see Adelot falls low though.
He's well supported by his support though, so Adelot is pushing forward. There goes the Gravitic. Catches a good amount of Old Dominion, but none of them fall to it. Instead, going to be Moose getting the first pick onto Lion, but it's answered back by Adelot. Clear takes out Blastex, and I think with both of their supports gone, Old Dominion is just going to have to wait this out a little longer.
Though we do see that force the flux, it forced the barrage from Boise State. They're going into this fight with just window, something that, you know, the Orisa can really just easily push past that window, especially with a Alari ult coming in from the sky.
I also see someone going back to their staple, Joka Joey swapping over to the Bastion. He comes through in turret form and immediately gets a rock to the face. Now the question is this Bastion worth sticking on, or are you going to have to swap over? Because Boise State is making a whole lot more space for themselves, pushing back up to the archway and making it very difficult for Old Dominion to find their footing as they get a stagger onto Joka Joey and Index.
Winning these fights right here are so huge for Boise State. You know, being in that ultimate deficit, they're finally in a position where they can poke, try and build those ults up, have something to combat the double portal on the side of Old Dominion. You see the Alari and Flux coming out from Boise State. Those could easily be a one fight just by hitting those two buttons. You see Old Dominion looking to clear the high from Boise State. Moose just keeps getting picked. He just can't stop.
And all this staggering that's being placed onto Old Dominion, they cannot face the Broncos as a unified force, and they're only going to have time to do it once more. Even if they win the fight, I don't know if they can make it to the point because the payload is so far away. And even this Sombra, the one that's supposed to be all tactical and unseen, gets found out by the Broncos. It was a valiant push, but now that they're caught in this Gravitic, that's going to be a support gone for Old Dominion. I think their journey is over. They have gotten to the payload, however, so we'll see how this plays out. They bring out the Terror Surge, and it does take out Chosen. Adelot being the last hope for Old Dominion, eliminating Moose. Clear gets a punch to Joka Joey, but it is a battle of the tanks right now. That Tracer couldn't get away from Clear, an instant melee shot to take him out. This is nail biting. Everyone from Old Dominion is trying to get back to the point, but Clear has positioned himself in between their spawn and Adelot, the main tank for Old Dominion.
Yeah, that was a great nano from Hayat's Lion. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them to get second point. The Orisa in the ult was falling so low, and Hayat's Lion from the spawn was able to get the nano off.
0-1.
I only have to wonder if they did manage to make it to this point as a full team. I think we would be seeing the game continue on. This was such a valiant effort by their tank. Huge shout out to Addison.
That was a huge back and forth team fight. At any moment it looked like Boise State won, Old Dominion won, Boise State won. Just constant trades going back and forth. Huge clutches on the side of both teams there, from Clear on the Tracer and the Sombra.
Now it's been determined that for sure we're not going to be seeing an overtime for this match. Either Boise State pushes it as far as Old Dominion did, or we are going to be at least guaranteed a game 4 if Old Dominion ties it up and has an insane hold on defense. It's the time that we get to look at all the silhouettes and see what both teams are thinking of bringing to the table.
Boise State potentially matching the Bastion, or maybe not matching. I don't see one on the side of Old Dominion. Looks like a Ramatra
5, 4,
on the side of Old Dominion. A new tank. You know, we've seen Adelot, I think, only on Orisa so far.
defend objective A.
Swap over to another Omnic, it looks like. Well, Index is going to have their position found out. Does manage to get the hack onto Chosen and just goes right toward him, trying to get that last bit of damage, but all the healing placed onto Chosen bails him out. Now the Boise State Broncos have a one-person advantage as they push onto the point, make that a whole lot bigger of an advantage. Joka Joey and Blast taken out, followed by Adelot. The whole team gone, just this Ana left. And he might be found out by Clear, who's going to ambush him.
Looking to chase these old spawns, make sure that they're recontested as bad as it can be. Ana tries to escape. Are actually coming out of spawn. They did make it so you can go back whenever. Chosen falls down though. Clear looks like he's going to be next, falling so low, but the trade from Moose, maybe not.
He got a whole bunch of extra shield added to his health to help him tank it out. Moose and a large bagel doing their part, taking out Lion and Index.
Yeah, while the Orisa was contesting Clear on Sigma, it gave Moose and a large bagel 3 angles to shoot at Old Dominion's squishies, and that they did with the headshots.
And I know we've been talking a lot about how Adelot has been taking on the team by himself, but In normal rules, that's not something you often want to do. He found himself caught out with no teammates around and just got plowed down by Boise State. So sometimes you can hero tank it, but a lot of other times you got to make sure that you're pushing through with your team as a cohesive unit.
And Moose, he just keeps getting picks. What, that's 5 in the kill feed in the past minute from him? 6.
He just keeps tacking him on.
I know, he just recently used the infrared sights, so no doubt using that to get him even more information. Large Bagel is hanging on to this Captive Sun as well, and Old Dominion, you see another one of their players just caught out all alone trying to solo this. They aren't able to take down Boise State. The Broncos take the victory on Kings Row, going to match point.
Yeah, huge picks from Moose there, like I was saying. And Boise State was just keeping up the aggression as they were pushing part the whole time, not allowing Old Dominion even a chance to respawn and get 6 together as the second they walked out.
And this looked like such a promising push by Adelot. He was trying to get rid of clear tanked it out for so long that Boise State was able to come in with reinforcements with that barrage, and Addison just found himself all alone with his team. And that's probably the one thing I would say to Old Dominion is like you seriously have a very talented tank player who can do a lot. You just got to make sure that you're not peeling off so much that tank is the only one facing against Boise State.
Yeah, there we just saw the constant forest spam. The rest got picked off as Adelot was the only one left.
So now we are on to the third match round of this best of 3. Boise State has a chance to end this game much like the first 2 have ended in a 3-0 sweep. We'll have to see what Old Dominion wants to bring to the table because aside from one change in a control match in the very first game of the night, we've been seeing the same stages over and over and over again. And we could just be heading back to Dorado.
We'll have to see here. Didn't seem like a good reaction.
Nerdy is still with us and just off stage, but is giving like an if looks could kill look when I mentioned the fact that we might just be seeing Dorado again. I just have to say, we want a little bit of variety, a little bit of spice in our life. So much so that production has gone to lengths to torment us on the possibility of another stage being picked, but only pulling the rug out from under us at the last moment to reveal, hey, it's the same stage we always play. But if you had the choice of what stage that you could see out of all of the escort maps out of there, what is your wish?
My wish, or what do I expect? Because I feel like
your wish, okay? I just said we know probably what to expect. Your wish.
I want to see some Eichenwald because I want to see that second
That's
point.
a hybrid. We just did hybrid.
I'm
Escort.
I'm silly. I want to see Shambali.
Shambali, okay.
I see not as much high grounds on that map, something that Old Dominion have been struggling with a little bit as they get surrounded on those high grounds. So on Shambali, with it more of a flat map, seems like it could be their strength. We could see.
Well, more of once you get past the switchbacks.
Yeah.
You got to get past the switchbacks, but then I see, after that, yes, it is pretty flat, which is amazing considering it is in Nepal, in a mountain region. But imagine come out with a pretty flat map, all things considered, for Shambali. Yeah, I would have to say I love the switchbacks on Shambali so much that I would want to see it, but it isn't going to be Shambali. It's instead going to be another very rocky region. It's Route 66 that's being brought out. So I am so happy to see this kind of variety being brought into the game. The question is, how much of Route 66 are we going to see? What do you think is kind of the most difficult point to pass through on attack of Route 66?
Man, they're really all so tough on attack. I mean, that first point, they hold on top of gas. It's so hard to break that without crazy strong ult combination. Second point, high grounds once again. It's just so strong. I'd say it's a very defender-sided map in general.
And we have gotten the confirmation that Boise State is actually going to be the one attacking first, so that difficulty in taking all the third points might work out to Old Dominion's favor.
So we'll have to see it here, especially with Boise State favoring those slower compositions. They're going to have to play this very smart, trying to take those angles, because if they just try and sit main, it's not going to go too well for them on that high ground.
It's the last chance for Old Dominion to get back into the mix. to give us a chance of actually seeing Flashpoint tonight, or we're going to see the general trend of 3-0 matches continue on. We're heading down to Route 66, Boise State versus Old Dominion University. Boise State is going to be placed on attack first.
Excited to see what sort of compositions we see on this map because, of course, Boise State, as I've said,
Have favored those poke ones, and it's a very strong poke map. Old Dominion, on the other hand,
they seem like they like to get down and dirty. They like to get real up close.
this time, not so much. It seems like a Widowmaker on the side of Old Dominion.
I mean, that Widow, as far as Boise State is concerned, has been a key pick, so sometimes the best thing to Widow is another, so if Old Dominion can use that to great effect, we could very well be seen in 4. Here we go. Boise State is going to be bringing out that Doomfist and Clear. I mean, on Lijiang Tower had incredible plays with the Doomfist. We'll see how that works out here on Route 66.
Seems like we were wrong. Boise State is the one defending.
Ah, excuse me. Yeah, I got the word from production that they were attacking, and I was like, that doesn't make sense to me. It seems like the teams that have generally been in the lead have been the ones that like to defend because they're usually able to hold the other team before the first point, and they just make it a quick game anyway.
So we do, however, we were correct about Old Dominion matching the Widow. Looking to deal with Moose, who's doing so much on King's Row.
Clear gets a pick onto Blast. It is answered back with a pick onto Moose, so Boise State's Widow is not going to get free reign as far as this team fight is concerned. Adelot is trying to make his presence known on this tank, but is trying to face Clear from every single angle. Boise State is mainly just sticking to the high ground of this gas station. Adelot is going to try to go up on the Diva to force some of them down. And as soon as he does, Clear just moves right into the back line and takes out the squishies, all of the supports for Old Dominion. And Adelot left with the same problem he's faced multiple times tonight. No backline to keep him going.
They're doing so well on that Doomfist, keeping the Diva in check. You know, she flies in, she's always at risk of getting punched even further. And that's not something you want to have happen, getting shot in the back on Diva. Can't defense matrix both sides.
No one can hide.
Good amount of ultimates available for Boise State. They're going to use one of them right now. They're going to use the infrared sights, give them information on where everyone from Old Dominion is. Old Dominion's still a good ways away from a lot of their ultimates. They're just passing past 80 at their best case, but Boise State certainly has a lot more to use this fight. Moose, though, getting taken out by Adelot. It seems Old Dominion has gotten the message, take out the Bronco Widow, because she has been too much of a threat. Adelot also doing a great job taking out Daydream. Boise State is going to have to give up that team fight, and Old Dominion now makes their way toward the first checkpoint. This is an interesting situation, though. Clear is still there. He's on the other side. He is able to take out Index and is going to collapse on Old Dominion from the other side.
Yeah, now Old Dominion, they're the ones in the lead with the ults, but they get one forced out early because the Diva goes down. Blasex is soon to follow.
Clear picks up a double, getting rid of Blast and Adelot. Yoka Joey trying to even things up with a pick onto Clear. But at that point, even though it is Boise State's tank that has been taken out, person advantage is just too much for Old Dominion to overcome.
They're doing so well on that Doomfist to prioritize the backline, picking them off before they can respond to it. Going for the grapple shot. The Diva's right next to him, but the Diva doesn't see it.
Now Clear is going to find himself all alone again. If Old Dominion can collapse on him fast enough, which they do, this is a big opening for them. They're able to take out Moose, getting rid of the healing pylons left by the Ilari. Boise State is all retreating right now. They have gotten back to the point, and Old Dominion has enough time to make their way to the checkpoint, fairly even as far as ults are concerned. We're seeing a skirmish fight between Clear. He wants to go in again with the nano boost placed onto him by Daydream. How much damage can he do? He takes out Joka Joey, but Old Dominion has managed to get to the first checkpoint and have a whole lot of time added back to their bank despite this double that Chosen has gotten.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to the first map. Boise State forgets about the point and Old Dominion is able to capture it.
Just keep the game going by any means necessary.
A little bit of a spawn hold coming out from Boise State though, setting up the angles. Nano Blade in their favor. It's going to be really hard for Boise State to deal with it without a sleep guard in this composition.
Right now, Adelot just trying to make as much space as he can for Old Dominion University. Joka Joey and hey, it's Lion gets taken out. That Nanoblade is going to have to wait just a little longer, and I don't know if it's time that Old Dominion can afford. Boise State also sitting on a copy and a captive Sun, which is quite dangerous in the hands of Lyric Moose. Also on fire, taking out Blast and Index, unless you're peeking out as a full team with a purpose. Moving into open ground is such a risky proposition with Boise State's Widow, especially since this infrared sights has been popped. Gonna move in and get sleep darted with the blade! Old Dominion, probably the best chance they had at taking this back, gets shut down in one foul swoop. Props to Daydream for landing that sleep dart right at the most key moment that it needed to hit.
Yeah, now Old Dominion, not much left in their bank. In Boise State, they've given up 0 meters in a minute and a half so far. 2 ults in their composition.
The Doom ult they could engage early with.
Old Dominion can't even make it out of spawn.
It's just a rough situation all around for Old Dominion University. Clear is just going to solo ult right onto anyone who dares peek their head out of the spawn. Well, Sleep Dart does get thrown onto Clear. The copy is brought out by Chosen. Clear eliminated. Chosen taken out of their copy. Old Dominion needs to make it happen. It's right now. Trying to chase after Daydream, who's very low on health. They are going to manage to land the melee and get back to the payload, so it isn't over quite yet. We'll have one more fight.
However, there is only 10 seconds on the clock, so if Old Dominion loses just one fight, that will be the end of their push.
Adelot gets a great pick onto Moose, getting rid of that key Widow. A lot more space gained for them, a lot more safety and peeking out around corners. And Old Dominion also has a huge ultimate advantage brought up as well. They have the copy, the self-destruct, Kitsune Rush. Daydream uses the nano boost, but Boise and Clear is going to be able to take out Lion. Old Dominion starts using their ultimates in response. They bring out the Kitsune Rush and the self-destruct. Trying to stick it out on point. Blast takes out Daydream. Going around the corner, neither team is at full strength to fight this fight, but it's the last chance for Old Dominion. Clear eliminating Blast X, and they're having the same problem once they come out of spawn. Boise State collapses on them. And that is it for Old Dominion's first push.
Clear on the Doomfist there once again. Once he gets that first support, rush to the fight, he's just chasing the second one around. The Kiriko tries to teleport away, tries to use Suzu, but eventually the cooldown cycling is in the favor of the Doomfist, and she goes down, and the rest of the team follows suit. It's a great punch from Clear there. You saw the Genji dashes in, gets punched away immediately out of range.
Well, Old Dominion kind of faces a two-pronged... They face 2 goals that they have to overcome almost simultaneously as they push out from their spawn. They're getting heavily focused by this Widowmaker, so I mean, they've got to find a way to take the Widow out. And then they've got to find a way to just isolate this tank from Boise State, because Clear, especially on this Doomfist, is just moving all over the playfield, taking Old Dominion from every single angle, wreaking havoc on their squishies. So, I mean, you got to think, you either got to have something that can just shut him down entirely, you know, maybe hit him with a sleep dart, which we have seen Old Dominion do a good amount of times, or maybe you just really heavily focus. I mean, if you know Clear is going to come into your territory why not place a Zen Orb on him and push it down? If he's off his cooldown and you're able to just bring him down, I think that would be, again, Boise State kind of loves to showboat. Clear loves to go very far into enemy territory. If Old Dominion can take advantage of that, they have a chance.
Yeah, Old Dominion going for a spawn hold here, just trying to get as many fights as possible. They will fall early though. We're just trying to draw out the clock. Old Dominion, they really love just playing around that point, drawing timeout or forcing the point, trying to get checkpoints. Maybe backcapping or Boise State forgetting about the point a couple times.
Old Dominion did do a good job, though, of making sure that they're not staggered. They all went in, and the few remaining stragglers, there really was, everyone made sure to int on point when they needed to. So kind of that problem that we saw Adelot having before, where it could kind of be staggered out by him tanking it out too much on point, didn't come this time, so they'll have a clean re-engage moving on in.
Clear immediately gets a click onto the Widow. It's going to be hard now. Moose is uncontested. He can do whatever he... Oh, Chosen is actually on Widow. I lied.
And here's exactly what I'm saying. Clear is taking them from behind, and they're having a hard time dealing with him. They have to find a way to shut him down, or else they're going to be fighting a fight on two fronts. Clear is so low on health, but charges up the Meteor Strike and is able to keep on fighting. Joka Joey gets rid of Chosen. Adelot takes out Clear. I don't know if they just have enough raw manpower to keep on moving. That Tracer is having to recall, get out of there. Moose sets the dynamite on themselves before bringing out Bob. Adelot is going to be able to tank it a little bit with that Immortality Field, but Bob is still out on the play field, which means they have to kind of hang behind this billboard.
Chosen on, Clear on the Doomfist. The more they look at him, the less they're looking at the snipers on the side of Boise State. They're allowed to free shoot. There's so much space for them to pop off.
Clear is also going to get a whole lot of healing placed onto him by Lyric. Daydream has the Valkyrie online, but Joey gets a key pick onto Chosen, but it is traded back because Clear is just doing Clear things and getting right in the face of Old Dominion like he has this whole game. Just seems like a stall game at this point. Keep Old Dominion to those narrow doorways. And Addison has Adelot having a whole lot of damage being placed onto him. Does have that Captive Sun that he could possibly use. Clear is eliminated with the tank on. Is this the green light for Old Dominion to move in? They certainly have as many ultimates as they could want. Daydream gets a res onto Lyric and successfully gets away. Meanwhile, Chosen goes into the back line of Old Dominion, takes out the Baptiste and then the Hanzo. So even with the threat of Clear gone, the rest of Boise State can also be a force to reckon with.
Seems like Adelot's going for a sneaky Arisal here. He goes on the point. He is scouted. He gets hacked out of it.
That and the Hanzo ult isn't going to do anything. That's really unfortunate. I mean, Old Dominion had 4 ultimates to use and maybe try to overpower Boise, but in the end, Boise State was able to capture the victory and is going to capture this 3-0. Just one more play of the game, and it goes on to what has been a prime target for Old Dominion. And this just shows why, because when Moose was allowed free reign on this Widowmaker, made it so that Old Dominion couldn't even get out of spawn.
Great shots coming out there from Moose. Boise State are the champion, or the winners.
They are going to, well, the champions for this game. For the season, that's a bit of a different story. We have a ways to go on that one. That's going to do it for this match. We still have one more for the night that we will get to. Before we do, though, we will take a break and then be back with the final match of today. Will we be able to see an upset by the underdog and see this go to game 4 or 5? I sure hope so. But for now, we will take a short break and be back with more NACE Star League after this. Being used, including the Photon Barrier on Old Dominion's side. All but one ultimates have been used. The Terror Surge still available for Old Dominion. Boise State and Old Dominion have both lost one in this fight 4v4. Old Dominion has gained a lot of charge. Now we're going to bring out the Terra Surge to lead Chosen from the playfield. But Boise State, with Chosen in the luxury of being able to use the first ultimate, that artillery fire from Joey could prove decisive. They try the symmetric teleport, but Clear reads it and pushes them off the edge with a double. A double! And it's just keeping the eliminations going. He gets the double environmental, follows
here. Something to contest Old Dominion, but the Orisa ult is able to deny a lot of those if they go early with it, especially comboed with the nano boost.
not just the Orisa ult, it could be the Illari ult, but that is a huge barrage brought out by the Broncos. Old Dominion makes their way back to the point. Is gonna
just by hitting those two buttons. You see Old Dominion looking to clear the high from Boise State.
Moose just keeps getting picks. He just can't stop.
And all this staggering that's being placed onto Old Dominion, they cannot destruct. Trying to stick it out on point. Blast takes out Daydream. Going around the corner, neither team is at full strength to fight this fight, but it's the last chance for Old Dominion. Clear eliminating Blast X, and they're having the same problem once they come out of spawn. Boise State collapses on them. And that is an index, unless you're peeking out as a full team with a purpose. Moving into open ground is such a risky proposition with Boise State's Widow, especially since this infrared sight has been popped. Gonna move in and get sleep darted with the blade! Old Dominion, probably the best chance they had at taking. Loves to showboat. Clear loves to go very far into enemy territory. If Old Dominion can take advantage of that, they have a chance.
Yeah, Old Dominion going for a spawn hold here, just trying to get as many fights as possible. They will fall early though. They're just trying to draw out the clock. Old Dominion.
They certainly have as many ultimates as they could want. Daydream gets a res onto Lyric and successfully gets away. Meanwhile, Chosen goes into the back line of Old Dominion, takes out the Baptiste and then the Hanzo. So even with the threat to capture this 3-0, just one more play of the game and it goes on to what has been a prime target for Old Dominion. And this just shows why, because when Moose was allowed free reign on this Widowmaker, made it so that Old Dominion couldn't even get out of to the NACE Star League studio. We have had a long day of Overwatch competition for you, and we have closed out the varsity games for the night. So now we move to the Open Premier League for our final match of the night. The University of Nebraska at Omaha versus South Dakota School of Mines. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer, joined by Artemis Nerdy Bird Rain, calling all of the action for you here tonight. And so now that we move on to from the varsity to the Open Premier League, that means we're in a different level of competition. I'm thinking maybe more of an opportunity to see some unorthodox strategies be brought forward.
And maybe an opportunity to finally see Flashpoint, because we've been asking for it all night long. We have not hit it yet. Maybe these two teams will finally deliver our wishes to us. I mean, we haven't gotten away from Kings Row. We got away from Dorado for one map, which was nice, but Kings Row, second map every time. It seems like, have I seen this episode before type deal. So, you know, if we can actually make it at least to push or make it to the Flashpoint maps, I would be very happy.
Well, now I'll tell you something else we've seen a lot before. Lijiang Tower, but that's where we're starting out for this match. So back to the old grind, as they would say. Although we can take a look at the matches we have had thus far and how they have shaped tonight, because we have seen a pretty steady pattern on how things have been playing out. Zeros and threes, threes and zeros, complete wipes. We started out with Central Michigan versus Fisher College. Fisher took that win 3-0. Mizzou then faced off against South Florida. Mizzou won that 3-0. And then Boise State faced off against Old Dominion, and Boise State won that 3-0. So South Dakota Mines versus Nebraska Omaha. You're our last chance here to go to game 4 or beyond.
We sound like, you know, the hollow. I'm going to say it anyway. Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope. That is what we're sounding like right now.
It's true.
There is no way around it. You two teams, please deliver us to Flashpoint. We really want to see it on broadcast. It'd be great for our first official on broadcast week for NACE and Overwatch to have it. But if we don't get there, I completely understand. It is kind of go hard and go home for the evening for these teams, and they're probably wanting to wrap up quickly. With that being said, we did also push this game up. Thankfully, these teams are very cooperative and we're willing to do that. They too probably have homework and other things that they do late at night.
Well, this match is taking place at 11 p.m. Eastern time. So, and these two schools, South Dakota and Nebraska, are farther east than we are. So they're doing it even later in the night than us broadcasting. So I'm sure you hit the nail on the head there. Again, a lot of homework probably to do, and would love to just wrap this up for the night. So we will get into the match as soon as we can. Before we do, though, let's take a look at the lineups for both of these teams. For South Dakota Mines, we've got Piggy Power, J-Dog, Double D, Viper, and Bibbert, looks like. And Nerdy. this first name's a doozy.
You left me with the hard ones. I'm going to go with Yixolotl, Sway, Kingham Cake, Cobra, and M-Trekker. Come on, guys, please.
Just in case you think to, you know, at Nerdy on Twitter, hey, you mispronounced my name wrong. It's a little hard when you have 4 consonants in a row.
When you make up your own language, do not expect me to know how to pronounce it right. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to go YX, just the first 2 letters of the gamer tag. Thank you, Sway, for having an easy to pronounce one.
I like ham cake. Ham cake's good.
Everyone's easy to pronounce, actually. We've got ham cake, Cobra, M-Trekker. It's just Yixolotl.
See?
I'm still struggling over it. I'm not going to focus on it too much, though, because my brain is going to melt if I try to think of it any longer. Let's get to something that we do know, which is that we are starting out on Lijiang. We've seen the full range of maps be brought out for Lijiang. And one thing I've noticed that's quite interesting is, especially on certain stages like Night Market, we've seen a lot of Symmetra teleports, sometimes a race for both Symmetra teleports, but the team that has done the Symmetra teleport both times tonight hasn't been the team that's held the point.
It comes down to the execution of the teleport. And if you do not use that teleport cooldown properly, you're using it to run away rather than to get in the enemy's face or flank with it and catch someone off guard, you're most likely doing it wrong.
All right, here we go with the final match of the night, the final best of 5. South Dakota Mines versus Nebraska Omaha. And I could not have asked for my more favorite stage of mine as far as Lijiang is concerned to start out on. Gardens. We see a Lucio or a Farm Mercy be brought out. Plenty of opportunity for environmentals to enter.
In the future, please do not give me heart palpitations by putting your TP in the window.
Didn't really blow up in their face too much. This is the first time we're seeing Ryan be brought out for the night, so I appreciate that. Viper is going to pick up a double, allowing South Dakota Mines to get the point very fast.
Point comes online, 5 players on, 3. Anything above 3 doesn't change the pace at which it's capped. It's now in favor of South Dakota School of Mines. Now, strictly looking at ultimates, Reinhardt is leading the charge quite literally across the board for ult charge in these two teams. Ooh. King Hamcake is going to go down to the Bastion, as well as the Lucio, who did a little bit of sound wave damage. There's a res onto Reaper immediately. Sway with the Mercy pocket, looking for an opportunity to take angles, but Reaper, Wraith, and Shadow Step both used, and a Zarya bubble. Zarya's high charge, Suzu's force, there's the second bubble. That is a get in their faces button for Reinhardt. Reinhardt is choosing to go after the Reaper, who gets bubbled again.
Taking a bit of a flank route to divert this Reinhardt's attention. Now the Reinhardt gets in close quarters, just holds up the shield to this Reaper. Sway gets a pick onto Piggy Power and now on to double. What? Because that Reinhardt was just off to the side, the rest of his team was easy pickings for the Farm Mercy.
Lucio, why didn't you get that boop, my friend? Our Reaper was asking for it, especially after Wraith. Now we're coming up. We did use Shatter, not positive where or if it landed on anybody. Possibly it was Ajax. We have Artillery Strike, a window, and wall for the side of South Dakota School of Mines. Nebraska Omaha is coming up on that Graviton Surge, Death Blossom. They have the Kitsune Rush already, as well as the Rocket Barrage. Mercy coming close to Valk. TP into point. Mara swoops around left side. Immortality is forced. 2 go down, 3 go down. Everyone is down for the side of South Dakota School of Mines. And point is still in control for Nebraska Omaha. That's probably play of the game. Just saying.
I was watching a train crash in slow motion, just seeing the slow rotation around the center point into that doorway, and just a barrage right into the backs of everyone from South Dakota Mines. That's also a great kind of trade for them to take. They basically wiped out the whole team with really only 1 ultimate, so they still have a whole lot to fight against South Dakota Mines.
Grab Surge, Death Blossom, maybe? Yep, grab Death Blossom, not shocked by that one. Amplification Matrix was spent by the side of South Dakota School of Mines. They did lose their Lucio. They trade that with the Photon Barrier. They lose their I'm gonna say that was an honorable, I'm charging myself off the map to regroup with my team.
I hope so. Because it almost looked like he was trying to charge someone off the edge and just went off himself. So I'm going to go with you, Nerdy. I'm going to say it was the first one.
Benefit of the doubt is being given. Now, almost have a Shatter. We do have Beat online, and we have Artillery Strike for South Dakota School of Mines. Theoretically, Artillery Strike should come in about now. There it is from Piggy Power. Hopefully it will force out a cooldown. Reinhardt witnesses the Reaper's Shadow Step, says, no, you don't get my Bastion for free. Warning their team, it seemed like, because everyone's coming forward aware that Reaper's there. Beat is used, not sure in response to what, but now is they have a couple of seconds. South Dakota School of Mines needs to use this extra shield as an opportunity to get in and get an elimination, otherwise that Beat was wasted.
Sway gets taken out, so that barrage is not going to be a factor for South Dakota Mines, at least for this team fight. Piggy Power doing wonders and on fire for himself. South Dakota Mines gets the point back, but they're sitting on no ultimates and still have a ways to go before claiming victory. 1 key barrage from Sway here could wipe the whole team out just like it did earlier in this match. We're just going to have to see when he decides to use it. If he catches the other team off guard, this could be the deciding ultimate of this first stage on Garden.
Well, if you do it once, you can do it twice, but hopefully the other team has learned. South Dakota School of Mines does not let Sway do what they want. Reaper comes in, takes a disgusting amount of damage, is forced to Wraith out. With Sway, I think, actually, yes, wait for the Rocket Barrage, but Mercy was not with Sway. If you are Mercy, you gotta say, hey, Farah, not with you, because your Farah is now gone.
Now the Kitsune Rush is going to be used by Nebraska Omaha, trying to get themselves back on point, but that Reaper bites the dust. Graviton Surge thrown out, but now South Dakota Mines has a few ults of their own to use. They're going to bring out the artillery and the photon barrier, and Sway is just trying to make his presence known on point, but he doesn't have the mercy to back him up, and he gets taken out. A boop off the edge for M. Trucker as well. South Dakota Mines have brought it back and will claim Gardens.
99 to 99, 1 extra % with the South Dakota School of Mines, and ultimately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Being a main support, you have a lot of responsibility. And Mercy, I think in the instance where your Pharah went for Barrage and your Reaper was low, A, your Reaper used way too many cooldowns and Bro needed to just get to a health pack, because there was one he could have gotten to. But B, you gotta tell your Pharah when you're not with him, because Sway was like, I got a Mercy pocket, you got nothing, let me Barrage on your heads, and then all of a sudden, Mercy's not there and Pharah dies. You really can't let that happen.
We're going to move on to Control Center. I would say that the fact that it was so close might say that we're going to go beyond just 3 games, but that's also been the case for a lot of the other matches. So Control really hasn't told us too much for how the rest of the game will go besides who won it overall. We'll just have to see going forward. J-Dog still sticking on the Rhine. In fact, both of them are going to bring out the Rhine, and a Junkrat brought out by Sway and Viper. This is a pretty mirrored composition.
I'm biased. I like Bibbert being on the Lucio.
And this is a good position also for South Dakota, because instead of the Bastion that Nebraska Omaha, they decided to bring out the Symmetra instead. That allows all this setup and the mines from Viper to just do their dirty work. And now these hallways are a hazardous area with so many explosives flying out from Viper.
Viper killed the Cobra. Never thought I'd have to say that on broadcast.
Hey, it sounds like something out of a martial arts movie. The Viper has killed the Cobra. And 2 windows down. There is just damage flying at the max through that hallway. And now Viper has this Riptire on board. I only have to wonder how. Either that was serendipitous or that was next level thinking. Either way, that Riptire just goes bye-bye. J-Dog trying to set up a very good shatter that can just tear right into Nebraska Omaha, but is trying to time it out just right.
Come on. It doesn't matter if it gets all 5s. You waited too long! That was your own fault. You do not go for a 5-man shatter. You go for the 2 and call it good. You could have got the right heart in the end.
It's gotten to that point of the night where we'll start to yell at you if an ultimate doesn't go a certain way.
You saw the opportunity, my friend.
Nebraska might be seeing an opportunity here with a pin onto Cobra and the orb onto J-Dog. The tank is gone, and this could be their first chance to take the point back, and none too soon, because South Dakota Mines has gotten past 80%. They're going to get rid of the Lucio. A good stagger placed onto South Dakota Mines. Nebraska Omaha has the point. Okay, here's another shatter. I already heard what Nerdy said the first time. Don't make the rant happen again.
Hey, that was J-Dog shatter. This is Cobra shatter. Now, Cobra, can you land the shatter? Oh, actually, Cobra did land the shatter. Cobra used shatter in response to J-Dog shatter.
Oh, that artillery.
Ooh, yikers.
This goes right into the Baptiste, tears past the Immortality Field. Cobra hanging on this shatter, having to deal with the car wash that's been set up by that Symmetra, but is making so much space for himself. This is pretty good. A lot of time being burned off from South Dakota Mines.
Still, this is one fight territory for Nebraska Omaha if they lose the point.
Oh, they're going to teleport in.
Okay, Viper, is this redemption? Redemption? You got Sway, I'll take it. That's good enough. But you also went down. That is tragic.
Meanwhile, in the front line, though, Keenham Kate just goes completely ham on the rest of the team. Picks up a triple for himself, and Cobra doesn't even need to spend the shatter for it. Nebraska Omaha still has the shatter, and more important, and I think also very importantly, the artillery, which in such narrow hallways has been proven to be so deadly.
Yeah, Yeah, it can't hit you on the head anymore and crit shot, but it still deletes you. Now Cobra has Shatter, is getting dangerously low with shield. Sway comes in with his tire. This opens up opens up the opportunity for Shatter, but I don't think it landed on anyone. And the tire landed on, I think, yeah, Viper got rid of the tire, so. Ults were spent, nothing landed. Point goes in favor of South Dakota School of Mines. Trance is exploded in order to make it to point, and poor Bastion gets charged against the wall. We see the ball swap to make it in. This Reinhardt has Shatter, but has to time it perfectly if they're looking to use it on the Kiriko.
This is the first time that we've seen the Wrecking Ball tonight, the spin to win. He's trying to stall it out for Nebraska Omaha, but is having so much attention put onto him. Now he's off the point. He's got to get back on before the timer ticks down. He isn't able to make it. Oh, boy.
I think J-Dog walked into 80% of the traps that the enemy Junkrat laid down.
Just to make a statement. Just to make a statement. Sway's going to be the one to pick up the player of the game. I think you called it out once this happened.
Oh, yeah. If you're not scouting the Far and applying pressure, Far's going to do whatever they want. And this is exactly that. Far was like, you're on a corner.
That's one for social media right there. That is just a beaut, as they would say. All right, so one in the column, the South Dakota Mines. Nebraska Omaha is going to have to bring it back on Hybrid. Knowing Hybrid, though, we're going to be going with Kings Row again. And that means that, you don't kind of really get the, pulling out an unexpected map strategy.
Theoretically, someone could still pull out Blizzard World. I'm just saying, there's Eichenwald, there's Blizzard World as well. Those are both real maps that exist, other than Kings Row. There's Numbani. You could go Paraiso. I wouldn't suggest going Paraiso, but I mean, like, it's an option. It's there too.
Kings Row's the final destination of Overwatch. It's the one that everyone just picks as a default.
Please, no. It's fine. If it ends up being Kings, I want to see. And
I am hearing cries of joy from production.
Really?
That we're actually going to Eichenwald instead!
Way!
Oh, thank goodness.
These teams get the best teams of the night.
It just doesn't. Open premiere, you have come in with sunlight, joy, and happiness for us on stream. We're going to Eichenwald.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we're cheering for joy. I can hear production cheering for joy. And hopefully, if this is the match that's going to break a few of the trends that we've seen tonight, hopefully, University of Nebraska Omaha can make this a game that goes on for a while so we can see Flashpoint and we can see something else other than Kings Row Dorado, Kings Row Dorado.
Hey, at least we got Route 66 earlier, but I mean, Route 66 is sepia tone just like Dorado.
Mm-hmm. That's true. As much of the same color scale. This is a welcome change.
Thank you so much, Omaha. Thank you. We appreciate you.
You get a good noodle star from us just for that alone.
I'm excited. I really hope there is some creative angles taken on this map. There is some weird things you can do that are not tournament legal, so we can't talk about them here, but if you've ever seen some kooky Junkrats on here, yeah, you probably know what I'm talking about. You can't do that during actual school-sanctioned tournaments. It's illegal. It's a bounce spot, but nonetheless, hopefully we see some fun and creative compositions and, just some good old-fashioned Overwatch on Eichenwald.
Also get a chance to see what the compositions that both of these teams want to bring out. Nebraska Omaha definitely decided to go against the grain and pick this stage for a reason. So the question is, what do they think is their secret weapon that they can bring out? Will guarantee them at least a game 4 going forward. South Dakota Mines looks like they're going to be the ones defending first. No big surprise since they got choice of side.
Defend objective A.
As we're looking at the lineups, Nebraska Omaha deciding to go for the horsey.
All right, the Orisa comp on attack. However, no Baptiste for that Orisa. You're relying on the Ana and Kiriko to keep you alive. Bastion Hanzo to round it out the rest of the way. far as South Dakota School of Mines, they've got the Zarya Symmetra double beam coming in, as well as the Sojourn Baptiste Kitiko. Bap Kitiko can work, however, Kitty just needs to not peel to their Bap for safety, because that means both will die. Now they're playing as a ball when they have quite the ability to spread out. Bastion does go down for Nebraska right after Baptiste goes down. Disengage a little bit right now if you're Nebraska. Try to take some angles while you heal back up and go in.
It has been a tale that has been repeated many times tonight. The team that pushes forward first has a hard time getting through that initial choke point and getting that payload moving. South Dakota Mines does have this overclock in their pocket. One of the first ultimates they can use, but it's actually going to be the nano boost by Trekker that's used first, and Sway is just taken right out of the air with the overclock. Both DPSs are gone, followed by the back line. That's just about as much as you could ask a Sojourn to do.
That was spicy. The Orisa Cobra came in and spear spun that poor Sojourn after the entirety of their team had been eliminated. Now as we move into the next fight, we are going to have the Artillery Strike and Terra Surge online. It looks like Sway has decided that Pharah is the way to go, but the issue with Pharah here is that you're going to pull attention from Baptiste and Sojourn, and so you've got Mercy Pharah going against two people that can also do damage. If Mercy takes too much, Mercy's going to go down, so they need to play very smart and be that attention taker for their team to push in, because then it's a 3-on-3 on the low ground. Graviton Surge, though, gets eaten by Cobra. That's awesome. Oh, that's a lot of red. That is a lot of red. Oh my gosh, the plan was we hit Q and we lock the point down.
What are all those ultimates that South Dakota Mines has? Oh, they can't use them. They're dead.
I mean, very true. I do often find myself repeating, person that ults first is likely to win the fight. And Nebraska Omaha did not disappoint. I'm pretty sure the ult tracker for South Dakota School of Mines is like, they have all of these ults. And then at this time, they're like, maybe they still have Barrage. That's going to be it.
Maybe, but probably not for the start of this team fight. Nebraska Omaha's taken this into close quarters. The window's going to get placed down, as well as the photon barrier, forcing Nebraska Omaha back onto the point. The payload keeps moving.
Yeah, the side of Nebraska Omaha was like, oh, you're going to window, you're going to wall. What if I just walked the other way?
That's always a good strategy, walk the other way.
It is. It's like, I see ults thrown in my face, and it's not a grab that I'm stuck in. It's like, oh, I have an ST. See? Cobra gets it.
He's going to be able to peel away and live to fight another day, whereas the rest are going to head down on point. Still plenty of time for Nebraska Omaha, 3 minutes, and considering the difference that there was in ultimates, it would probably take a few team fights before Nebraska Omaha can even things up in terms of their abilities. Closest thing that they have is this Valkyrie that's going to be on to the Mercy pretty soon. They're also doing a couple of swaps. They've swapped over to the Monkey and the Echo.
And honestly, I'm a little scared. So long as they don't let J-Dog get a grotesque amount of charge, Winston can find value. Typically, you do want to run Winston into the Zarya. But with the recent changes, I can't tell you how strong that matchup is anymore. We do see an early use of Kitsune, as well as the Suzu for the side of Nebraska Omaha. Piggy Power, I don't know what happened. Thankfully, we were not suspecting your POV. The Cobra goes down, the equalizing, but it's still heavily favoring the side of the South Dakota School of Mines. We are forced to use Rez early from Nebraska Omaha to get our Winston up. That Rez wasn't challenged. And now Zarya has grabbed, but Zarya, what?
Bye, Zarya. We'll see you again soon, and then we'll have a chance to discuss what happened.
So many players today from every game. Okay, so we had Abs in game 1 on Antarctica, walked off the map. And then for sure, we had Clear walk off the map on accident in our last game. I don't know what's going on today. Is the pathfinding system inside Overwatch players' minds just malfunctioning?
Maybe everyone just all of a sudden wanted to be a skydiver. I don't know, but right now, Nebraska Omaha, with a whole bunch of their team members on fire, just tears through South Dakota Mines with a team kill and brings us into the castle final stage.
All right, as we enter the castle for Eichenwald. Cobra, you making a swap? Oh, they perhaps, yeah. You saw J-Dog go JQ, so you go JQ. I get it.
And also big props to him swapping off. He had his ultimate charged up, but you know, no ultimate is worth it if you're having the wrong matchup.
It is discipline. That is something that was drilled into my mind when I played Overwatch competitively. We do see Shout used by J-Dog first. Follow-up Shout did immediately come from Cobra. Reaper's oh, I am so sorry, King Hamcake.
J-Dog taking a little bit of a side angle, or at least side to where the fighting was before.
Oh.
Has to back up due to getting anti-nated. Sway eliminated, so that copy is going to have to wait just a little bit longer. Nebraska Omaha does have a pretty good advantage in terms of their ultimates.
Deciding to pass right side, Kitsune Rush used early. Hopefully you have your shift key and just walk away, Cobra. I am so sorry, Piggy Power and the rest of and company decide to delete you, but King Hamcake comes in, hits Q, gets 3, melee, well, hits Q, gets 2, melee's a 3rd, cleans it up, Sway with 2 more. J-Dog, you might have, Cobra may have gone to spawn, but King Hamcake said, I have this.
This would be the first time tonight that we would see the payload actually make it toward the end. Nebraska Omaha still has a few ultimates. They got to watch out for this Deadeye that has been brought out by Piggy Power. It doesn't pick up anybody, however, and so now this Nano Boost and Copy is ready to be used by Nebraska Omaha to potentially win the game. Rampage now online for South Dakota Mines. They are going to rip it. Huge anti-nade placed on Nebraska Omaha, and they start falling like dominoes, but Cobra is going to try to keep them in the fight by taking out J-Dog, and without their tank, South Dakota Mines is going to have to use that beat to stay alive, but once it wears off, the anti-nade goes on to them, and their members start to fall. Bivert, Piggy Power, and Doubled, all gone, and Nebraska Omaha just has to get rid of this wrecking ball.
Just look at him. Just look at him. Keep firing at the ball until he dies. Thank you.
And they made it. Nebraska Omaha is going to get the full 3 points.
First time today.
First time today.
We have seen an entirety of a hybrid map.
We have been through trials and tribulations, but it has finally transpired.
I'm so happy right now.
All right, time for the other team to attack, because this still could go to overtime.
I have no issues with this.
You know, I don't have any issues either. It'd be the first overtime that we would see of the night. Nebraska Omaha made quite a valiant effort with their push. I gotta say, almost all the times that they won, it was a total team wipe. Like, they were very patient in the way that they saved up their ultimates and then just used them to claim a complete victory.
So you say they went with the hit Q and win strategy?
You know, I'm never gonna disagree with that strategy because it's time tested and true.
My only concern is the hit 5 Qs to win strategy. It kind of made the second to the progress getting out of Archway to that actual second objective a little bit rough because there was such a huge ult disparity for a while. They eventually got it back. Also, again, I have to bring up that tank swap. As soon as you saw that there was the JQ coming out from South Dakota School of Mines, Nebraska Omaha, Cobra was like, yeah, no, not worth it. Gets off the Winston with Primal Rage and goes JQ. It worked out. That was smart decision making. And also hitting tab after A, winning a fight, or B, capping a point. Always hit tab.
Now South Dakota Mines is going to have their first crack at taking this point. They're going to move in with the Zarya. Cobra has gone back to the Orisa with King Hamcake on the Bastion. Sway taking a bit of damage, but is going to be able to survive thanks to the supports. Some poking here and there. Now they make their way onto the point. The Zarya is at an uncomfortable level of charge, north of 70, and now goes up to a full 100. That is a dangerous tank. He got hit with the anti-nade, however, so that buys a little bit of time for Nebraska Omaha. Maywall goes up. That helps peel out a few members, but this Zarya is such a charged-up problem.
Yeah. You know, I'm always scared whenever I see a high charge Zarya, especially if I haven't touched a bubble. But Cobra just decided to steamroll to make sure that that poor Symmetra got the message that you don't belong on this point. But Cobra, you are charging a Zarya. I understand that the bubbles are annoying, but just give it the 1.5. Stop shooting the bubbles. Look at J-Dog's ult charge. I know you can't see it, but I can see it. this person is, I'm pretty sure if we were to look at the Zarya stats, 80% high charge. Like minimum, like this Zarya is not losing charge. You are feeding her. Stop.
And now this high charge Zarya is also going to have a Graviton Surge to use. Kitsune Rush is used. They go right in and wall the Zarya off as the Graviton Surge is used.
Cobra ate it. Okay, Cobra, I'm still going to give you flack for just perma-charging the Zarya because keep it a buck. Your teammates don't have nearly as large a health pool as you, nor as much shield. They get beamed by a Zarya. It hurts. It hurts a lot. So maybe for their sake, tone it down on the bubble popping a little.
Has this Terra Surge available, and the artillery's going to be used as well for a whole bunch of damage placed out. And they get two!
Lucio walks back into it!
Oh no!
Your Kiriko saved you, Lucio, and then you wall ride back into it!
I love how that Sombra accidentally walked into a tree and then just kind of accepted their fate. It's like, you know, I can't back up further into the person who's cornered me.
Oh my god. Well, we
South-
have like 2 minutes, well, 2 fights left for South Dakota School of Mines. Now, I'm not saying that they don't deserve to win this map, but what I am saying is that if Nebraska Omaha wins this one, it guarantees a map 4.
I'm just saying that I really want to see Flash.
Yeah.
1 minute left to decide. South Dakota Mines very far off from a lot of their ultimates. Meanwhile, this Blizzard and Nano Boost is just waiting for Nebraska Omaha. Once they try to make their way onto the point, J-Dog is eliminated by the Javelin from Cobra.
Holy cow. Piggy Power did get, I am so sorry, Kiriko from the side of Nebraska Omaha eliminated. So they are down there, Kitty. They have the Ana. Tragically, though, South Dakota can't push forward because Zarya is still coming back from spawn.
Oh, this Zarya's just charging right in.
It's payback time, isn't it? Isn't it, Zarya? You're giving it to Cobra. Are you getting Cobra deleted? Cobra lives for a really long time.
They did manage to take him out, and Sway was taken out before they could use the Blizzard, so we are going to get the payload moving again. We're back to a true competitive match. This Bastion also has to get away.
Run.
Well, he is able to get away, and not a moment too soon. The Symmetra teleport right up to the high ground. And fortunately, all that Bastion fire was going right into this Zarya, who is charged up and ready to roll.
Terra Surge will find Viper, so that equalizes as far as hero power on the field. It's so high charge. That is so much charge. Cobra, seriously, my friend, you gotta stop.
I don't know if it's just wanting to prove a point that I can take down a fully charged Zarya, but Cobra has definitely been bringing it, no matter how much this Zarya is charged up. But speaking about things that are charged up, South Dakota Mines has a whole bunch of ultimates that they can now use. The first one's going to be used by Keenham Cake, however, the artillery being brought out, Photon Barrier and Overclock used in response. Whole bunch of ults, but not too many eliminations. As soon as I say that, though, Keenham Cake with the triple.
Holy cow, now it's just Zarya left. Okay, you can charge the Zarya now, so long as you don't die to her, Keenham Cake. I'll give it to you on this one. You just want to get her deleted as quickly as possible. Going to the next fight, you mentioned it, Kitsune Rush. We had Photon Barrier and Overclock all expunged by South Dakota School of Mines. Nebraska used Artillery Strike, and I think that was about, and then Sway. Sway also used Ultimate last fight as well. Now they've gone over to Hanzo, and we have Nano Boost and Kitsune Rush available for Nebraska Omaha. Theoretically, that Kitsune Rush, Cobra's gonna get ult inside of it, but I want to see Cobra eat another Zarya ultimate. So far, I think only one has landed because Cobra's just been fear spinning all of them.
Heading off to the side, the Zarya gets the full 40 charge off one bubble, is now up to 80, gets hit with the sleep dart.
Free ult for you, J-Dog, come on. There we
There
go.
it goes, and that charged Zarya just goes right through every single member of Nebraska Omaha. Cobra's the only one still alive.
Cobra, you may need to get off quicker. You don't want to stagger too far. Your team has enough time to touch, but that extra 5 seconds you just put between yourself and your team spawning. With Sway, I have questions. I have many questions.
Tara without the Mercy pocket. He better be feeling really
hang on.
confident. Wait.
Did Ana just swap off with full charge nano boost?
Yes, did. Yeah.
Why
go
would you
over to
not
the
nano
Mercy.
the Winton?
Well, we'll see if Cobra's just good enough to do it without the nano boost. Does manage to pick up Bibbert, and Kingham Cake is using the artillery just to make the point a general area of death. J-Dog falls, Cobra takes out Doubled, so in the end, as long as Nebraska Omaha keeps this point contested and eliminates everyone one by one, they will have won a match, and we will actually be going to a game 4. It's just this Tracer and Lucio are just hanging out on the point. They do take him out, and we are moving on to a 4th game. Guaranteed. Nebraska Omaha, applause to you.
And play of the game's gonna be coming in for Cobra. Let's see which one it is. We'll get to see. This was just after a Graviton third beat, I believe, as well. And yeah, that was not it. Yep, there is that moment of Piggy Power accidentally sliding into a tree and being like, well, there's no point. I accept my fate.
Wow, well, what an intense match. That was, I've been waiting for a match like that all day, and I finally got it. And
the end of the evening.
It is a good note to go out on, saving the best for last as far as I'm concerned. So now both teams are tied 1 apiece. We will be going to Flashpoint. But before we do, we have the topic of escort to bring up and which stage that a team might bring out in this scenario, because it is going back to South Dakota School of Mines, so they'll get their first chance to pick a stage for this match.
Okay, I would really love to see something new, something not sepia-toned. I'm done with the spaghetti western theme for the evening. Can we go with, Rialto? Oh my!
Production is just letting the good news roll.
I'm here for it.
I heard Circuit Royale.
I am definitely here for it. To that I say check your heads if there is anyone that is good with a hit scan, because the Sojourns have been popping off. Bastion can be a little oppressive, but the issue is that if you want to play more of that Bastion spammy, also don't play on the bridge. Just hear me out. It's fake. That high ground is fake on defense. Don't stand there. You want to start up, hugging that corner on defense over by the Lamborghini, the futuristic floating one. You want to start up there. And then you back off towards Lamborghini from that corner. And then you back off to this corner and you claim the coastline so you have that entire angle locked down. That is what you're looking to do on defense if you want to run this Bastion composition or even double sniper. Start forward, you work your way back. It's a 3-corner defense. That's how you got to roll it. If we see a team start up on this bridgeway right here where we're looking at this patio of a really nice dinner restaurant I could probably never afford, they might be in for a rough time.
I'm just admiring this stage. It is such a beautiful stage. I got to hand it to that.
It is gorgeous, and it's not sepia.
And it's not sepia tone, that's right. I love how the very first shot that we came up with, it's the one that's coming up here, we're actually looping back to it, is the pool shot, and I was like, this is not sepia tone. That is about as opposite of sepia toned as you could get.
No, this is the, I make a lot of money and I'm having a wonderful time, i.e. not as college kids.
Yeah. Either that or I'm going in a tremendous amount of debt to have the best vacation I have to shield myself from the disappointment that is my everyday life. So it could be one of those two.
Real! Okay, we're gonna jump into this. Oh, wow. All right, Prod.
So it could be, I think Prod.
I make poor life decisions at times, okay? That's what that felt like. Okay, so just talking about this map, I'd love to see some double sniper. I also would love to see some creativity because technically speaking, you can go Life Weaver and pedal everyone up over on attack over the building to land on that high ground bridge that we are seeing right now. It is goofy. It works. You just really got to make sure your Genji doesn't mess up their dash and your Hanzo doesn't mess up their jump, because if they do, they're going to slide right back onto the offensive side of the roof rather than into the defender's position. So I would love to see that type of something like that executed. I also just really want to see a good Widow duel. This is when, not season 6, but season 4 and season 5 were heavily hit scan focused, and it felt like every map that was in the pool belonged to Widowmaker. Like, that's just how it was. If you checked career profiles on your team when your DPS had like hundreds of hours on Widow, you're like, okay, we're good. And if they didn't and they're a Junkrat OTP and you're on this map, you were crying. I am speaking from experience. I'm a support player, not a DPS, and this happened more often than I would like to admit. So I'm excited to see what happens. I'm all for creativity, but if creativity ain't working, let's just go vanilla. Vanilla ice cream isn't always fun, but it works.
It works, it is popular. And
Wait,
so,
what? What?
Excuse me?
How baited did I just get baited? Yeah, keep nodding your head over there, production. I saw that.
Ready for battle.
I don't even know anymore.
We are on Flashpoint. Our wish was granted.
I guess it was granted. I just wish it could have been granted a little bit later so we didn't have to look like a complete fool of ourselves.
No, watch this be the actual bait. I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Oh yeah, production loaded up a fake game just so that we could be extra faked out with the music and everything.
I don't know. I don't know.
4, 3, 2.
All right, well, we're taking Flashpoint out of order, but here we go nonetheless.
If this is what the schools agreed to, I'm not going to argue. I'm here for it. This is Servasa. This is a map where if you are not careful, you are going in for a big drink. So, you know, after the first objective is unlocked, be wary of where you're going on the second objective.
A few flame strikes going to be thrown out, pushing J-Dog up to a healthy ult charge. Nebraska Omaha. Right now, it's just a bit of peeking back and forth. No team's really taken too much damage.
Oops. Looks like we got a pause coming in. Someone might have disconnected. Dog ate the internet wire. I don't know. Truth be told, while I'm a fan of both compositions, I just wish that we didn't see the Reinhardt. Instead, you replaced it with the JQ. And I get it. You want to put the shield up for your Bastion, but hear me out. Your Bastion doesn't need to be right behind you. Bro goes and stands at a different angle, and then, you know, your JQ is like, okay, I'm hitting W. You start hitting W on JQ. Your Bastion pops out of a corner, hits the wheels, and starts barreling damage down while you're moving forward. You don't need a shield. You don't need to play passive with your shield. J-Dog, I get it. Your Reinhardt is cracked, but bro, the Orisa can walk past you. Don't let them walk past you. Don't give them a reason to walk past you. It is scary. Just go to the JQ.
It's actually kind of a funny visual. Reinhardt holding a shield and thinking it's a solid when someone just walks past it.
I legitimately, over the course of the weekend, saw a matchup borderline identical from what we're seeing. We had a Bassie. Reinhardt's here holding his shield. Bastion is low health. Reinhardt's low health. It is a JQ and a Reaper going up against the Reinhardt Bastion. Bastion is in turret form, firing forward, but Reinhardt can't do anything. You're not getting any overhealed. JQ is getting extra healing for every time that she is instigating bleed. Reaper's getting lifesteal. And Reinhardt just has to pray that the Bastion gets the elimination on the Reaper or the JQ before any supports on either side come back. It doesn't happen. Then we see the swaps finally start to happen, but you got to think about it. The way the current game is going, every tank is built to hit W. Reinhardt is the one tank that's not. Like, unless you have the manpower to do it, you cannot go forward on Rein. Orisa makes you go forward. JQ, you go forward. D.Va, you're above them. That's just how D.Va works. Wrecking Ball, you're off being a spaz. Doomfist, same principle. But at the end of the day, I feel like Reinhardt is definitely not in a place right now where you want to build a brawl comp around Reinhardt.
Here we're seeing just a few bits of replays while we're working out that pause issue. This was the first match that South Dakota Mines, they were able to take, and I was also thinking with this Reaper here, the way he was playing, like he was taking full advantage of the fact
Look at
that...
this. Lucio could have booped him right there. Right there. A boop. A boop there. Just boop.
He definitely could have, but the way the Reaper was playing, I was thinking like fully takes advantage of the fact that there's only one tank in Overwatch, because there were so many times where that Reinhardt would like go off to the side, oh, this Reaper's coming up, I can't lose my Bastion, but it would be cause and effect, because then the rest of the team, the squishies, would just be all vulnerable. You don't have that extra tank to peel off anymore.
All right, now as we restart here on Servasa, J-Dog is still sticking with the Reinhardt pick.
Teleporter to get to the flashpoint a little bit faster.
Oh, I think I know what was wrong. The tank health was probably not right. For some reason, the tank health just decides to, on every code that you make, be funky on flashpoint.
Well, it looks like we're all set to go. Everything's restarted. Flashpoint is unlocked in South Dakota Mines, so he's going to be the first one to take it, start the charge up. Wall heads up, trying to heal some of the team off, but they're all still a cohesive unit. A whole lot of fire being exchanged, but no eliminations.
Everyone's playing very linearly right now, and the composition that is brought out by Nebraska Omaha, they should be able to set up and take and swing wider angles here. Instead, we're very flat into flat as Piggy Power goes down to King Pancake. Well, that is very fitting.
It kind of does. It is a pretty thematic matchup. Cobra gets the pick onto J-Dog. South Dakota Mines now has to try to hold the point without their tank. Doubled is eliminated by King Ham Cake. Cobra also being a formidable presence on the point, just javelins Viper right out of the match. Now Nebraska Omaha takes the flashpoint back.
The question is how much percentage is going to take up before the side of South Dakota School of Mines makes it in. I have a rough hunch we're going to be passing 50%, most likely 60% percentile before South Dakota gets in. Right now would be about, yes, Piggy, as I'm saying it, it's time to drop the artillery strike. King Ham Cake, you should probably do the same after the other one is used. Unfortunately, Moira for the side of Nebraska Omaha goes down. And Viper goes down as well. So we've equalized, but one team only has a singular support, so we're going to use Kitsune Rush to help compensate. Terror Surge comes in from Cobra. Cobra, that's a lot of damage. And also May Blizzard comes in. Nebraska's not letting this one up, realizing that if they win this fight and win it slow enough, while they maintain the point for the percentage in their favor, they can prevent a third fight from happening.
Ham Cake also keeping this choke point just locked down with all that Bastion fire. J-Dog is fresh off of respawn with an Earth Shatter as well. Lucio's going to use the beat to try to make the engagement happen. And it's a huge shatter, but the May won't bail him out!
Oh, that was so close, May. Tragically, I do think Nebraska Omaha, unless they swap Lucio, is going to be really struggling to get a foothold here, and they just need to take the 50-50 shot on which point we're going to next, whether it be the one on the left or the one on the right from their spawn. You ain't getting this one back. 99 pretty gosh darn close, so that's Scrimbucks, baby. You ain't gonna get this one back.
First flashpoint claimed, and now we move on to number 2. It's been called out. It is going to be Temple.
This is the one where you can take a dip, so be careful. There's a lot of holes around this map that should not be there.
And you know what? If there's anything we found out today, bottomless pits have been the downfall of many players.
Tragically enough, we do see King Ham Cake go down. Piggy Power going through the window with wheels up. Has the opportunity to use artillery strike. Tuck around a corner right now. Use it. Make sure your team has enough pressure to keep this point under control. Heck yeah. Here goes Piggy Power looking for a tasty subject to drop down the artillery strike on. J-Dog uses the distraction opportunity to get in, takes out the Distractor, but gets walled in. The Sim TP, the 2-foot Sim TP from Viper comes in to be the saving grace for J-Dog.
South Dakota Mines have burned off all but one ultimate. The amplification matrix from Double. YX also gets the Kitsune Rush online. The amplification matrix is going to be dropped down. We also saw the Lantern be burned by South Dakota Mines as well. They're tracking cooldowns. That's a good one to know they don't have.
Slade's in the corner for quite some time. We've got Terra Surge online, uses Maywall to get in. Oh, this is a W key into the back line. Bastion nearly goes off the back of the map, but with wheels up, Elisa cannot hope to stay alive. They go down, uses Terra Surge. Immortality is also burned, but no kills picked up from Cobra. However, the zoning capabilities of that ultimate, plus the wall, though, do allow Nebraska to get control at this point. However, the fight is far from being over unless this picks up a few people. Carpet Bomb coming in. Lucio and Viper and J-Dog and Piggy Power all go down for South Dakota School of Mines.
Well, I'd say that picked up a few people.
Oh yeah, just a few.
Nebraska Omaha takes back the point, but they're going to have to fiercely defend it. because South Dakota Mines is sitting on just about all their ultimates. Everyone's north of 75%. 3 are already charged, and Piggy Power could be giving Kingham Cake a taste of his own medicine once that artillery comes online. Oh, and that's a great way to just cancel out that window. Just put a photon barrier there. Kingham Cake doesn't have the artillery, but he does still have bombs he can lob out. That's going to take out Viper. Doubled and J-Dog follow. Piggy Power just goes off the edge saying, okay, we got to reset.
Yeah, Piggy said, this is not worth my time, Your Majesty. I'll see you on the next map when I come to overthrow you. I am pulling a coup.
A revolution is brewing. All right, 1-1. Next flashpoint.
So we have to go through the remainder 3 flashpoints. No, wait, no, my math is wrong. There are 3 more flashpoints. We will see at least 2 of them.
Both teams make their way over.
105 meters. 105 meters, that's a lot.
Everyone's getting out their marathon shoes and sprinting as fast as they can over. South Dakota Mines gets there first and starts to set up. Kitsune Rush. Nebraska Omaha uses to try to dislodge South Dakota Mines, but already Kingham Cake has taken out Sway. Falls to the Flame Strike. South Dakota Mines is gonna capture this first point. Look at this Bastion. Piggy Power wants even more. On fire, chasing them down. This is so much space he's claiming.
ABSing for their life. Oh, that was scary. Piggy Power does also have artillery strike, where Kingham Cake is falling behind by about 13%. Sway with ult online as well. I wonder, will Kingham Cake and Sway combo? Will Cobra and Kingham Cake combo? Is Piggy Power going to get the play of the game without a combination? Absolutely putting the crown on their head as the true Pig King? I do not know. They do find Kiriko though.
Oh, we're seeing the battle. The battle of the Ham, and Kingham Cake gets Flame Strike while he uses the artillery. Can Sway's Blizzard still be enough for Nebraska Omaha to reclaim this point? Doubled is taken out. They also bring out the Terror Surge. It's going to get rid of the other support for South Dakota Mines. But their tank is just standing in the corner, Gandalfing it. You shall not pass my shield.
An attempt was definitely made. Baptiste even had the off angle with the amplification matrix, trying to keep Orisa alive, but there's just so much damage.
Oh!
The disrespect! I mean, J-Dog, I respect it, but yikes!
I mean, why not? You're at 99. You just need to wipe off a few people that are already staggered to claim the flashpoint. Now we just got one more. And it looks like another marathon run to the next flashpoint.
It always is. Feels like you're going the wrong way.
You start second-guessing yourself. Well, as we'll take this downtime to look at the old percentage, we see Nebraska Omaha is far away from a lot of theirs, but South Dakota Mines does have this barrier to use. Unfortunately, J-Dog got May-walled off from the rest of his team. He is able to get back. Nebraska Omaha drops the Immortality Field. Piggy Power now has this artillery, is going to unleash it in all these close quarters. Kingham Cake takes a huge bit of damage from it, but still manages to survive.
Spear is used. Reinhardt's shield's getting close to breaking. Amplification Matrix is put down, and Immortalities both used on both sides. Viper falls, the Trekker falls, Sway falls, Piggy Power falls, Bibbert goes down. The battle of the tanks for dominance.
Oh, we hear another Earth Shatter go up. Cobra had walked away at just the right time.
I also think Cobra was in Fortify, so that Shatter wasn't going to land on Cobra either way.
All right, the point after all of that is taken by Nebraska Omaha. There's still plenty of time left. Dakota Mines has a beat, but nothing much else.
Nebraska is going to have Artillery Strike, Kitsune Rush, Blizzard, Terra Surge. I mean, not every ult in the game, but some pretty annoying ones.
That's another great May wall that Reinhardt is all alone, but it falls very fast. He gets back with the rest of his team. I think what's really going to decide it is how many ultimates Nebraska Omaha uses to commit. I mean, sure, you could use all 4 and win, but you might want to try to space them out for the next fight. They're going to start by using the Blizzard. They also have this Immortality Field. They force out the beat from South Dakota Mines, and with just the Blizzard, this is just what you wanted to see. South Dakota Mines, all of them fall to Nebraska Omaha, and they only had to spend one ult to do it.
All right. I really hate to be that person. My coach always said that if you beat a May Blizzard, a puppy is crying. Don't beat a May Blizzard.
One more flashpoint to decide it all.
Let's go. First flashpoint, all 5 points. These two teams have made history here for the NACE broadcast.
We have waited a long time for it today, but we are being treated to everything Flashpoint has to offer.
Okay, Bastion also just conveniently let you see the one area on this point in particular that you can actually get booped off. So just be wary of it, Bassy. If you saw it, don't end up in it.
Cobra moving in with this Terra Surge, draws them all in. The Lanterns used in response. Isn't going to be able to pick anyone up with that Terra Surge. Rakinam Cake is still doing a bunch of damage, eliminates Viper. AE Power does. Both of them, the Bastions, have the artillery available to use. I would love to see dueling artillery.
That would be horrifying. Imagine both Bastions hitting it like you almost simultaneously.
You've got double sirens.
And they just decide to land on each other. So it's a null and void ultimate, but all three just land down on each other.
Okay, here comes one of the artilleries. It's going to be South Dakota Mines trying to take back the point. They are able to get rid of that Kariko. And here's the other artillery used in response. But more crucially, Kingham Cake does manage to pick up a support of his own. Cobra also getting rid of J-Dog and Viper. There's only Piggy Power left for South Dakota Mines, and his days are numbered as Nebraska Omaha moves on to capture or keep control of the last flashpoint.
Hey.
Sway does have the Blizzard that just came online.
Got about 12 seconds to make it into point right now if you are rooting for South Dakota School of Mines to make it on and get a foothold. They can instigate with the photon barrier. They've done it a few times. It's worked out. There it is. But Sway backs off, comes back in with the Orisa, who's spear spitting the back line, drops the mail. Blizzard is out. King Handcake tragically is sent up to a farm up north, as is Piggy Power. Cobra goes down. M-Tracker goes down, Sway is down, and Kiriko is down for Nebraska School of Mines. Point goes in favor of South Dakota.
It took
Nebraska Omaha.
South Dakota Mines, it took every ultimate that they had to claim this point. They're a little bit close. Nebraska Omaha is a little bit closer than South Dakota Mines in terms of this Terra Surge. The South Dakota Mines has nothing to respond to it.
They've got beat almost.
They almost do, but I mean, it's a little bit farther back than the Terra Surge, so this Lucio would have to charge it up fast.
Hear me out, hear me out. You buy your time a little bit here. You amp the heck out of your healing, Lucio, and you swing this corner strong to get a couple of headshots. You get this beat up.
Oh, Viper is taken out, but it's traded back as Kingham Cake goes. And that's your main attack that you have, Nebraska Omaha.
Oh, no.
Oh, and has to peel off to try to get rid of this Bastion. It's going to do it, but that's so much time taken away from the point that South Dakota Mine just steals it out from under you. Wow. It went to the final flashpoint, and both of them, and a 99-99 decider on top of that.
Well, it looks like neither Piggy got the better play of the game because it's Sway again coming in with the play of the game, just chilling out. Getting some casual headshots, no big deal. This was a team effort. You can see it was and the play of the game is partially spent from Observer. Specking the play of the game, that's on the bingo card for sure.
Hey, we're crossing off everything with this final match, and I'm all for it. So now we move on to the next round. This is South Dakota School of Mines match point. Of course, the question of what this is going to be is out.
No idea.
It could either be control or push. We know it's one of the two. No, excuse me, escort or push. Escort or push.
Control back in. I don't know.
It could be. You know what? They could decide to do whatever.
I mean, you know what? Y'all somehow allowed the TOs somehow were like, yeah, y'all want to do Flashpoint for third map. Wait, no, that was second, right? No, that was third. That was third map. So yeah, TOs were like, yeah, you want to do Flashpoint for third map? Go for it. Go for it. So, I mean, if that's the case, I don't know. I have no words for what the next map could be. Maybe it actually does end up being Circuit Royale, and all the conversations we were having still remain true
Yeah,
and
they just
valid
decide to run it back.
Circuit Royale. Whether that's the case, I don't know. We'll probably end up on Colosseo for all I know.
We definitely could be. I will say, that was the farthest production has ever taken a fake out. Like normally
was so cruel.
they'll let us know
I'm not
before the
believing
match
this.
even starts, but they just let it go all the
not
way
believing
toward the
this.
match. They're showing us Circuit Royale again.
I'm getting
but-
hints on our caster screen over here, and I'm not believing it. I can't fall for the bait.
Believe it when I'll see it.
Esperanza. Okay, I will believe Esperanza.
Okay, it looks like we are in fact going toward push. Okay, this is going to be the deciding stage. South Dakota School of Mines, University of Nebraska at Omaha, Open Premier League, the final game for tonight for NASTAR League Overwatch. South Dakota School of Mines has brought themselves to match point.
Omaha could bring themselves to match point here as well, and then force us actually to escort.
And then, yeah, force us to the Circuit Royale that I've told is a
Maybe.
stage that exists.
Maybe.
But at this point, I'm questioning whether it even is in the game or not.
I'm questioning if we're actually on push. I don't know what to believe anymore. We got baited so hard at the start of the last map.
We certainly did.
That was mean. I'm gonna remember that.
And you know what?
I can do,
We
though.
still haven't gotten confirmation that the actual match has started. This is just the preview. So we could be being baited again.
I've just accepted my fate if this is how it's gonna be. I'm gonna roll that it's Esperanza and be like, let's go. Battle cattle, both sides. I want mirroring Orisas. I mean, you're literally called Omaha School of Mines. You better be playing the battle cattle.
That's a good point.
Right? I mean, Cobra has been delivering, has been playing the Orisa. I'd love to see some mirroring Orisas, mirroring JQs. Both would be fabulous.
Now, the real question is that, you know, push can lead itself to stomps. Do you think we see a more competitive push round, or do we see a team just run it all the way?
I think it's going to be very back and forth, tug of war, as it was intended. The best thing is that we're not on Colosseo, because when it's very back and forth, you, like, don't leave that first initial corridor for, like, 6 minutes. And you're just like, can I look at something else now? Can I see sunshine? And it just doesn't happen.
Trying to set up a very good shatter. We're actually going to be seeing a few replays, it looks like, on how we got here. We started out on Li Zhang. And this is a
shatter.
flashback you'd rather not see.
That was a shatter. That's the only thing I can say to that one.
It was a shatter for all time. But then our mood significantly lightened as we moved on to Eichenwald. It's a change from King's Row.
It was made my night. I don't think these players understand just how much it was a breath of fresh air to see Ike over King's Row.
Oh, and there goes the Zarya off the edge that we were talking about. I don't know what it is about backing off the edge tonight, but it's happened a lot more times than you would think. And we move on here, and this was a great moment also that we just saw kind of the context, the awareness that Nebraska Omaha's tank had in swapping over to this Junkrat where it was better suited, and it paid dividends for them. It drove us to the third match, which unexpectedly was Flashpoint. That Flashpoint match was, if there was any match that I would want to start out on for NASTAR League, it was that one, because that was something special to watch.
And we've had Cobra, as I said, delivering it on the battle cattle, representing Nebraska Omaha. And this grab, unfortunately, like, Cobra had been doing such a fabulous job of not using Spear Spin when they knew that Zarya had grabbed, but this time, did it while Zarya was sleeping. Zarya was like, oh, okay. Walks in, hits Q.
I want to say Kingham Cake has been the one that has been playing the Bastion for longer, however. It wasn't until Flashpoint that we really saw the Bastion duel be brought out between him and Piggy Power.
Yes, because Piggy Power actually, as you can see during the Ike recap, was on support. It just shows kind of like a little bit of flexibility that these players have, but I want to see King Hamcake duel against Piggy Power on Torbjorn. Hammers only, no support. Which pig reigns supreme?
We've already had a pretty spicy match, but that would be just kicking it into overdrive.
I mean, I've seen some teams duel it, have some Torbjorns, duke it out, hammers only, for a control point, like just to see who could get the cap. If not, like that first fight, only Torbjorn to determine who's gonna get it. Just saying, like that's how you do it. And then you're like, oh, all right, well.
I don't know whether to say I'm all for it or don't give him any ideas. I'm pretty split between the two.
You know, when you've played competitive ladder enough times and some things have been said about some team or like said about one DPS on the other team, and then everyone's just like, okay, well, if they're aim hacking, I don't really want to try. And then you're like, okay, well, if that person's aim hacking, let's just not do anything. And then people are like, well, can we at least Torb damage, like Torb fight? And it's like, yeah, let's Torb fight. Go for it.
Little did you know that the other player was queuing up in aim labs for just that purpose.
Yes, hits the Kovacs between rounds just to brush up on the Torb hammer physics.
All right, so we still, I would say that we have the next stage set, but that has completely proven wrong multiple times, so I'm still keeping it up in the air. What mode we were playing and what stage we were playing on, because I've learned my lesson and I'm not going to be fooled twice in that regard.
You know, when it was you and Matt over here and I had the headset on, I was like, yo, what's the map? Who's on attack? All that jazz, so I could like relay the info to you.
And it was very much appreciated.
Yeah, but now production's like, ho, 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 they have no headsets on. They can't hear us, so let's make them cry. Yeah, I'm looking at you, production. Why you hurt me?
It's really, because I can hear production in the headset over there, and it's almost like you two are having a conversation, an actual conversation.
Like I can just barely hear Ray. Ray, why do you hurt me?
But I do have to wonder if this is also just an issue just with connection as well, as we did see that little hiccup at the beginning of Flashpoint, but it's also just been the glitch that was done in with the tank health as well. But where we stand here today is that South Dakota Mines has broken the streak of 3-0s that we have seen all day today, and we are moving on to Game 4. South Dakota Mines has at match point, but University of Nebraska-Omaha has shown that they can fight back and drive it to a final tiebreaker. So the question is, what stage do they choose? Because Nebraska-Omaha surprised us last time with when they had stage choice. They went with Eichenwald.
Yeah, and we could just take a quick recap at these rosters for South Dakota School of Mines. We got Piggy Power, J-Dog, Double D, Viper, and Bibbert. For the side of Nebraska-Omaha, the name that I'm going to eternally butcher, Yuxalotl, Sway, King Hamcake, Cobra, and M-Trekker, rounding out that roster. Like I said, I want to see which pig reigns supreme. Is it King Hamcake or is it Piggy Power? I need this answer. I will not be able to rest quietly tonight without knowing.
It's sort of a question that you have to ask of, like, do you prefer it post-food or pre-food stage, because that's really what it is. You got the natural form, and then you've got the processed form.
That is true.
But just a recap of where we have been here today, because we have been teasing it. Central Michigan went against Fisher College. Fisher College won that one 3-0. Then Mizzou beat South Florida 3-0. Old Dominion then faced off against Boise State. That one was decided 3-0. But this one is not being decided 3-0. We are going to a fourth game. South Dakota Mines currently at 2 and Nebraska-Omaha at 1. But with the all-crucial map choice.
I don't know. I really don't know. Considering we did Flashpoint in place of Escort, I think we're going Escort.
I would hope
but
that
we
we're going back to
showed East
Circuit Royale.
Speranza, so...
And we're going to be shown replays yet again. So I guess we'll just continue waiting on that question.
Okay, who forgot to pay their internet bill?
That's the real question. We need to find out. Who's still on DSL when they shouldn't be? Well, just looking at these replays, I mean, I got to say, it was a little bit hard for Nebraska-Omaha to make their way forward because, at least during this stage, because so much of the attention of both the tanks, I should really say. It's not really a problem of Nebraska Omaha, but it's South Dakota Mines as well, is that both of their tanks have really just been trying to play a game of who do I give my attention to. I mean, it's easier when both teams are facing each other head on, but especially on Lijian Tower, we saw a lot of divided attention between the two. But then also when we see the tanks just go each other head on, and I love this moment here, the Sojourner just stands there and goes, okay. You know, just accepting fate and just living with it. So overall, we are having a tech pause between the two teams. It does look like we do have we just have a little bit of time before the disqualification comes in. So hopefully we can get this match back online, but it just happens every now and then. But here was what we were all looking forward to, and no matter what happens with this match, I will still have this Flashpoint stage to remember fondly, because we had an ultimate battle of bastions during this match.
And I don't know. I'm still undecided. Is it King Hamcake or is it Piggy Power? The bastions went back and forth so often. My question still stands. Who is the ultimate pig?
I really don't know. I mean, they were both on fire for multiple times. Nebraska Omaha also did a really good job of making sure that if they got an advantage of ultimates, that they didn't spend them all in one place. And both these teams, I haven't seen too much of that, actually.
I can definitely circle one case, and that was attack for Nebraska Omaha on Eichenwald. They hit 5 Qs. They did win, and they won the map in total, but I was like, is that necessary? Did you need to hit every Q that you had?
Still, if it's only one time as opposed to a pattern.
Yeah. They fixed it. They probably were like, oh, probably shouldn't have done that. And it never happened again. Now, whether or not that is going to happen on the next map, I can't tell you. Can I tell you what the next map is? No. I can't either. But we're about to find out together. We're going on this journey.
Let's all be surprised together. Okay, it is going to be Esperanza.
Okay, Esperanza it is. Are we ending on push? Or are we gonna go to escort after this? Nebraska Omaha, if you guys win this, you send us on to escort. South Dakota School of Mines, you win this, it's a done deal.
Seems like we have been through so much in life to say that this still couldn't be the end. Nebraska Omaha is counting on that if they want to push it to a Game 5 at the very end.
I heard squealing and I'm now concerned. Just gonna act like I didn't hear it and everything is fine, everything's normal, we're going in as planned. Doesn't matter who's on which side because everyone's going for the bot.
3, 2, 1.
I heard a Kiriko,
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
and I think I heard a Doomfist. That is scary. And a Reaper.
And a Reaper. Now we get the full confirmation of what both teams have chosen. South Dakota School of Mines has still decided to go with a Reinhardt, whereas it's a Monkey that's being brought out by Nebraska Omaha.
And a Tracer Kiriko Ana. I mean, you play soft engages, you play for Nano. Makes sense. On the other side, the Symmetra Bastion composition. South Dakota School of Mines have had a choke, this comp has had a chokehold on them this entire series. It's an interesting comp. I've seen teams run it, don't get me wrong. But it's like, is there any other options here? If you start to struggle, are we sticking with this composition?
Well, at least so far, it's working out pretty well for them. They
Yeah.
claim the robot first, and are gaining a good distance on this first push. In fact, they're still getting picks. This Reinhardt has made a whole bunch of space and has gone after that Ana.
In this instance, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we do see Cobra swapping over to the JQ with the Reaper and the Lucio. This is where things start to get hairy.
It's also at a point where, things are getting a little bit later in the night. You have to wonder, if tiredness is starting to set in as this match continues to go on. Right now, South Dakota School of Mines is getting closer to this forward spawn checkpoint. Ooh, looks like this Bastion was just caught from behind. Didn't know where that one came from. But they still managed to make it to the checkpoint. We'll get the forward spawns.
Ooh, sorry, Bab. Sorry, Piggy Power.
And just like that, Nebraska Omaha claims back the robot for themselves.
I don't think they cleaned it fast enough to prevent the forward spawns. Yeah, BAP even got forward spawns. So long as Nebraska School of Mines, South Dakota School of Mines pushes forward slowly here, everyone should be able to reconvene and figure this out. But the high ground Cobra is hanging on to it. Lucio and Bastion to the side of South Dakota go down. And yeah, down goes Viper as well on that Symmetra because they TP'd high ground. If you're in front of everyone and TP, maybe just leave the TP and don't take it. Let it pull attention as opposed to pulling all of the attention to you.
Nebraska Omaha is now sitting on 2 ultimates that they can choose to use. South Dakota Mines also has a couple that they, more than a couple actually, that they just might decide. They want to try to keep that forward spawn advantage to them, not give that over to Nebraska Omaha. They'll get at least one team fight out of it. You see a Photon Barrier and Amplification Matrix be brought out. South Dakota Mines makes it toward the point. A Kitsune Rush is popped. Also a Shatter used by South Dakota Mines. They are going to be able to pick up Sway, so that Bastion is out for this round. The Brine just charges through into that Toriko. The Rampage, however, from Cobra is single-handedly turning this around. Gets 3 eliminations off of it.
That bot is having a stroke. It keeps going back and forth because it was getting just barely touched by each player from each team. Hits the halfway point again. Tragically though, for Nebraska Omaha, they did not manage to get that forward checkpoint, so no forward spawns for them. And it's getting closer to the checkpoint for the side of South Dakota School of Mines. So they are getting close to unlocking forward spawns yet again. Artillery strike coming in from Piggy Power. Will they take anybody up with it is the question.
Artillery now available for Piggy Power. We also hear an artillery being used by Nebraska Omaha. But it is not Kingham Cake. They have moved him off of the Bastion, so we're not going to have the true duel.
I'm disappointed. Don't get me wrong, as a coach I get it. People have their strengths in the maps that they're good on and the heroes that they perform well on which map. But I wanted to see the 2 pigs battle it out on the Bastions.
Piggy Power still has this artillery that they can choose to use. They've drained Nebraska Omaha of all of their ultimates, so this could be a very effective push. And they also have denied Nebraska Omaha that forward spawn. That Reaper takes a little bit of chip damage.
All right, J-Dog, there's no shield for you to have to dance.
Oh no, it's Reaper!
See? This Bastion was like, I see you, Reaper.
He isn't going to be able to take him out. Piggy Power eliminates Sway.
All right, J-Dog, there's no shields to deal with. Do it.
Ooh, that's a nice shatter that J-Dog brings out, followed by the charge, but Cobra is burned down before he can even be pinned by that charge. Checkpoint reclaimed, and now South Dakota Mines is building up their lead. Nebraska Omaha still doesn't have any ultimates to use, but they are going to probably have this Rampage very, very soon. Photon Barrier also on deck for South Dakota Mines.
Photon Barrier and J-Dog go in. Yep, Photon Barrier, now J-Dog goes in. There's the Rampage in the back line. Ryan decides to charge back into their team. Kitsune, Suzu is used. King Hamcake picks up 2. Viper is gone. It is just this Reinhardt.
It's a lot of damage being placed onto that Junker Queen, and yet she is not budging one bit.
The one thing is that BAP and Ryan holding in that doorway for as long as they did, actually, I believe got everyone on their team forward spawn and possibly even BAP team forward spawn as well because of how long it takes for the bot to make to the corner. Now, right now, South Dakota School of Mines is leading as far as distance. The ult charge, the only person with ult on screen confirmed, is currently in respawn.
2 eliminations gotten right off the bat against Nebraska Omaha, as well as a pin. J-Dog takes out M-Trekker despite having the Orb of Discord placed onto him. He's gonna say, I don't care about your orb, I'm just gonna charge you right into the wall instead.
I mean, why not?
There's no one else backing up that Zen, and yeah, go at it. So now possession back in favor of South Dakota Mines. Piggy Power very close on this artillery. And uses the amp matrix to just melt the health away of Sway.
Yikes.
Lincoln, you'll miss it.
There's a damage to Soldier 76 on the high ground.
Oh.
Picks up one with the attack visor. Reinhardt tries to charge into the soldier. Unfortunately misses and hits, I think, a ridge a little bit. We have Continuing Rush coming in from people from Nebraska, Omaha. We're trickling down past the 3-minute mark. We are more than halfway through the time duration for push. And we're taking the bot away, but there's a Lucio Reinhardt in our backline.
And an artillery as well is going to be brought back onto the field. And it just plows right into the support of South Dakota Mines. Both of their healers gone. Nebraska Omaha is forcing J-Dog to retreat, and he's not going to be able to charge away to safety.
All right, 2 minutes, 18 seconds on the clock. Can Nebraska School of Mines match the 96.12 meters pushed out by South Dakota School of Mines? I think so, but they need to just leave one person on the bot and let other people go forward. Do not let them come to you. You go into them.
Look at that push.
Nope. Nope. Okay.
Okay, they do claim the forward spawn.
Yeah, but we're backing up now.
And they also have an artillery that's facing them down. Plus, man, they've just given the bot right over to South Dakota Mines. High ground Bastion pinned right between a tree and a wall.
Kiriko, now's the time to drop that Continuing Rush. You're down one. You need an ult to equalize. Your Mercy is down. For some reason, I thought we were still in the Reinhardt POV, and I was like, how did you get swept? Never mind, it was the Shatter. Ryan pressing the advantage, hanging on to it. Team is rounding the corner, taking away those forward spawns for Nebraska.
And we see South Dakota Mines still has a few ultimates that they can play with. The main thing that they got to worry about is this Rampage and Kitsune Rush. I mean, the thing is, Nebraska Omaha probably didn't use the Kitsune Rush when they were supposed to, but they're going to have it for this fight, and overall, because of that, have a slight ultimate advantage. They'll have one more than South Dakota Mines, unless J-Dog just takes out King Hamcake before he can even use his visor.
Piggy Power also took down Sway. Cobra has Rampage, but is running away with the help of their Kiriko. Susan's Force. Mercy is hanging on to JQ as well. They keep just pushing this bot forward enough to have forward squads and backing off a little bit when they know the side of Nebraska's catching back up to where the bot was. And there's attack visor procs. Kitsune Rush at the same time. Beat in response. Rampage after there's no beat for immortality? Question mark Cobra? Go for it. Heal up and hit the Q button. Maybe not anymore. There's a window in front of you. Now this is gonna get rough. Keep Handcake has gone down to Viper. We hear artillery strike and landing. There it goes. Fully into the back line. Gets dangerously low. Picks up one. Hit. Oh my McNuggets.
It is overtime, however, so they got to stay on that bot like glue. They cannot let what happened beforehand happen to them again and just back off of it.
Go forward. Go forward. With one person on the bot. Go forward. Stop hanging out on this high ground. What angle do you have when these people are low ground other than that one slice before they meet you in the face? Go forward.
Does have the artillery to use, so once South Dakota Mines gets pretty close, he'll probably use that to try to force them back a bit.
Come on. Come on, Nebraska. Send us to a map 5.
There it goes. It's just going to be put all in that archway. Cobra gets the pick onto Piggy Power, and they keep it rolling with the pick onto Viper. Both DPS is down, and the tank, Nebraska Omaha, still has a chance. A small one, but a chance.
Okay, go forward. I'm gonna keep reiterating this when I see people do this. The bot does not move faster if there's 4 people on it.
But they're getting so close to that wall. South Dakota Mines does have this photon barrier they can use. They're gonna start the engagement with it. Can Nebraska Omaha still pick up any sort of pick? They're going to use the teleport to move up to the high ground and catch them off angle with this shatter. It goes right into their tank. Piggy Power is able to take out YX. Sway is also going to fall, and I think that's just about it. They've taken back the robot, and South Dakota Mines gets the win in Esperanza. 3-1.
So here's the thought process behind claiming the space and hanging on to the space. They're running a Reinhardt, so Reinhardt has to come into your team. And Cobra, I'm not shocked you got player of the game. Your JQ play pretty good. But you've got 4 people sitting on the bot. That means all the space in front of you is free to take. So the other enemy team took it. And their ultimates need that close range on you. Instead, you go forward and there's all the space for the bot to be pushed uncontested. And your team takes that space. You gotta keep pushing forward. Claim more space in front of you than just the bot.
Well, congratulations to South Dakota School of Mines. It was a very entertaining match. We thank both universities for switching things up, allowing us to see Flashpoint in all its glory. That was a good match to end on. Well, it has been quite a day, a long day here for us at the Naystar League studio. We're both ready to just conk out and just, take a nap.
Stats homework when I get home.
Yeah, we aren't going to keep much of you too longer either, we're sure. You all got to get to bed, but here's just a few things you need to remember. First off, if you want to see more Overwatch 2, catch us back at the same time next week. We'll have Valorant for you tonight at Naystar League. And we also want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors, Truth, Extra Life, Duncan, Monster Energy, and Odyssey Elixir. Thank you all for supporting us. Thank you for joining us out there in the audience. And thank you to production, even though you mess with us a few times. We do appreciate all the work you do. We'll close it out for tonight, though. We hope you had a good night. We'll see you tomorrow with Valorant at Naystar League.
For their team to push in, because then it's a 3-on-3 on the low ground. Graviton Surge, though, gets eaten by Cobra. That's awesome. Oh, that's a lot of red. That is a lot of red. Oh my gosh, the plan was we hit Q and we locked the point down.
Let's
You're spending all of them.
heading off to the side. The Zarya gets the full 40 charge off one bubble, is now up to 80, gets hit with the sleep dart.
Free ult for you, J-Dog, come on. There
it goes, and that charged Zarya just goes right through every single.
Send us to on map 5.
There it goes. It's just going to be put all in that archway. Cobra gets the pick onto Piggy Power, and they keep it rolling with the pick onto Viper. Both DPS is down, and the tank, Nebraska, Omaha, still has a chance, a small one, but a chance.